In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. Ha 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 ha. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance? Ha 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 ha.
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you?
Ha 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 ha.
My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one?
Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia.
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
oh, would never know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
Tai sveiki, atėję į antrą salę.
Good morning. Welcome to the hall number 2. I will speak a little so that people who still are having snacks would see that something's happening in the audience and would come into this hall. Yes, good afternoon. Come in. We are about to have a very specific debate, but first of all, as far as I understood, we first of all have to discuss the term itself, which we are going to talk about, and maybe we'll find some new ways of cooperation between the industry and the agriculture. Carbon sequestration or carbon farming, that is the topic today. And our goal today is to understand of how that carbon farming works in the market and to look for new ways, new solutions of how to make that carbon farming in practice work. And there are numerous debates on how it may look in practice. There are various initiatives and projects intended for this purpose. As for risks, I understand that transparency is a great issue here. Certain schemes are possible to, well, evade or go around the system. So that is important to learn about it, to educate the farmers, and to, well, to discuss just simply what that carbon farming is. My name is Živilė Kropaitė. I will introduce all the speakers, the panelists. Next to me, the only person who represents industry, that is Vidmantas Janulevičius, the president of Lithuanian Industrialist Confederation. We also have the Arnas Radzevičius, who is of the agricultural company Agrokoncernas, the head of the Precise Technology Department. We also have Remigijus Lapinskas, who is the director of the Green Policy Institute. We also have Raimondas Juknevičius, the chairman of Lithuanian Farmers Union, and Donatas Dailidė, who is the general manager of Dojus Group. So we don't have a QR code here, but if you visited the slido.lt, and if you enter the hashtag Agri 2022, you can ask any question anytime in the run of this entire hour that we'll have our debate. Agri is just like the title of this forum, and 2022 and S2, that is the whole number 2. So maybe that doesn't sound very simple, but that's all you need to know. This code, the hashtag, and I have my tablet here where I will be able to see all of your questions. You will also have a chance to ask questions here live, but please be active and please ask as many questions as possible so that we could turn this conversation as instrumental as possible and that you can get as many benefits as possible from this talk. We'll have an insight from the first foreign speaker, that is Alejandro Trenor from Soil Capital, but unfortunately, due to unpredicted circumstances, he is not able to take part in this debate. So we'll have a rather Lithuanian type of debate, and we'll talk about these carbon credits and that carbon farming. Can we say that carbon farming is something new in Lithuania and that we haven't started it yet? And just can you, Mr. Lapinskas, explain what that is in general? I will try to define this concept. I will give you a little of theory. And, Vidmantas is the only one who represents industry. Me, personally, I don't like, those so-called empty talks. So I'd like to test everything myself. As for carbon farming, for cutting the amount of carbon, I have tested several options myself, and I will share my experiences in how I did that. Investments into alternative protein, let's say, from insects and etc., organizing farmers market. And, well, in general, when we refer to carbon market, we have the green policy of the EU, which aims to cut carbon emissions by 2050 and to make it climate neutral by 2050. It doesn't mean that we will have no CO2 emissions or other greenhouse gas emissions, but it means that we will be emitting the greenhouse gases or CO2, but we will be able to compensate for those emissions in various carbon collection methods. So we are talking about lower CO2 levels in air or absorption of that CO2 from the atmosphere. Yes, CO2, I mean, yes, and carbon in general. When I say carbon, I mean CO2. So basically, we talk about the fact that it has to be easy to calculate. We have to also be able to make sure whether those measures are effective or not, and are they justified or not? Because this idea is physically related, totally related to the issue of our climate change, to the issue of our biodiversity, and etc. So this is highly important. Another important aspect is that carbon farming aims at rewarding the farmer or allowing the farmer to access funding so that he would be able to fund his efforts which are above his ordinary farming model. That means that he has to do something more, something additional than he does in his usual life, usual activities, and to make the level of carbon lower. Let's say, so then we can calculate the emissions of that particular farm or particular country. Now EU is only funding the process itself. For you to keep meadows and etc. But how it contributes in reality to improving our climate situation, nobody knows because nobody measures. So the idea is to finally calculate, to make those exact measures and to check those facts and figures. And as a result, the document would be issued to the farmer. It would be a valuable document issued to farmers, let's say, and those who emit too much CO2 would have to pay, let's say, more taxes, and farmers who, let's say, absorb the carbon would be rewarded for their efforts. Yes, as far as I understand, the system is similar to the others, such as pollution permits or that carbon credits. That carbon credits means that you are not still are not allowed to emit more than you were allowed by given a quota by that permit. Am I right, Mr. Deilide? Do you agree, or it's similar? Well, I think it's not only a political motivator. There are other factors related, such as customer expectations or because, let's say, politicians would like consumers to buy products from regenerative farming, which lowers those carbon credits. That justifies the expectations of consumers. That is one aspect. Another aspect is that farmers themselves may be willing to create and develop various methods for cutting carbon. And I know there are farmers who have been doing this for 7 to 8 years and already seeing effect in terms of land fertility, in terms of use of various fertilizers and chemical substances. They are going down. And there are numerous factors related to this process. But the biggest difference between the emissions trading allowances and carbon credits, that is a voluntary market, and the rules are determined by two major agencies, the Rule Standard and Vera, and those carbon credits that are released or issued they are traded in a voluntary market, and that is the greatest difference in regulation. But is it right to say that this system is not so widespread and popular? If we speak about our regions, so it hasn't started yet, and farmers in Lithuania, well, only a few or very, very few farmers really think about implementing the system. What is worth mentioning that Donatas has touched upon, there are people who are doing that voluntarily and are developing this regenerative farming. But agriculture in general collects huge amounts of CO2 from the atmosphere, and the representatives of intense farming still demonstrate positive CO2 ratios, and they can still benefit from that. But we also see this lack of maturity of markets, and it is really difficult to trace back to those true credits. Sometimes farmers are even trying to sell those credits to several sources, and the technologies are not so widespread and popular and not easily accessible, and the market is still undereducated. Well, Mr. Yuknevičius, are farmers really considering this option? Well, there are farmers who are thinking, there are farmers who are doing. So there are farmers who are really engaging these activities, or at least are trying to emit less CO2 in production of agricultural products. And they are doing that for free without any payment. It is obvious that we are talking about other active actions when farmers may be rewarded in a monetary sense. So as the chair of Lithuanian Farmers Union, I really have met farmers who have entered the system, who have joined the system, and are pioneers in Lithuania. Can you give us a specific example of some scheme or initiative? Maybe you can refer to some specific farmer. Yes, there is one farmer who took part in this scheme, and in the beginning, he was very active by thinking that he could, well, commit fully and could make his entire farm green farm. But then he realized that, he has to invest a lot, and that is not easy. That is not a very simple scheme that when you receive funding without doing anything. But we had conversations with numerous farmers, and they all observed that in the beginning they had a lot of optimism, but later then decided they would not to risk, or maybe to start with some pilot land plot, and then the main problem is that there are two systems in place in the EU, and those systems are to be recognized and certified at the EU level quite soon. So, and only then the rules of the game will be defined. So that is probably something that is discouraging farmers. So the lack of regulation in the first place, yes. And when nobody knows those rules of the game, or when the rules may be different and people don't really understand the scheme, so farmers don't really join the system. On the other hand, the system itself is rather sophisticated and complicated because there are numerous ways for accumulating carbon, and how you can measure correctly that accumulated carbon. Often farmers also find themselves in a position when they have been doing something, but the benefits were reaped by the others. So how does this happen? Can you tell us where those others come from and how they reap the benefits? The farmers don't understand the schemes completely, or what? Probably yes. First of all, First of all, we have to have a clear system. It has to be clear-cut, clearly measured, and the farmers have to be consulted and educated. Now, I believe that the system is only based on very few initiatives of the pioneers. And if we have those ambitious targets in mind, the bureaucratic mechanism is rather lengthy. So we now see that businesses are the pioneers in this area.
Yes, I also wanted to support what my colleague has said regarding the measures to lock carbon. There are many of them, and these are the differences in regard to emission allowances, which depend to the exact tons of burnt carbon. Here we're going to have a rather difficult, a rather complex methodology, because it's about new equipment, new way of animal breeding, about changes of the animal feed. We have heard that animal breeding is a lot about methane, so something has to be changed. And things are not going to be easy. So what I want to emphasize from what we have been speaking about here is this. I like a proactive position of the state. The systems must be acknowledged on the EU level so that a Portuguese polluter could buy a CO2 credit from a Lithuanian farmer. If it's not regulated on the EU level, then it should be somehow regulated in Lithuania, where we should have a procedure to recognize a standard, to recognize a methodology, to recognize accrediting institutions, and then we can think about market mechanisms. Well, if there is no regulation on the EU level, then why should the state take a proactive role? Mr. Janulevičius, what about industry? What lessons can agriculture learn from industry? Do you have carbon credits trade in place? Well, we don't have carbon credits. We were talking about ETS, emission allowances, emissions trading systems, and it's something specific. And credits would be granted in advance. When Lithuania assessed to the EU, part of industrial companies had to reduce their CO2 emissions. Some companies, such as fertilizer manufacturers, already reached their ceiling, and they will need carbon credits. Others managed to invest, and they have additional income from emission allowances, which they can sell in the free market. You all know that from 2014 or from 2015, when 1 ton of CO2 costs 3 euros, now it's 75, and it was 98 euros a few months ago. So this is something very specific, a very specific unit of measure. And all renewable programs are financed via this mechanism. So what I want to say, if we don't measure, then we don't know. If there is no carrot to motivate, why should people do it? So we should have a system, and we also have to have a way to reward a farmer who is working in line with the best guidances. Well, we are a member of the EU. Some of our proposals are supported in the EU, and we have to go in the same direction. Lithuania has a unique opportunity to create a larger portion of added value within the EU with our agriculture, with our energy system, and with the lowest cost. We spend a lot of money for third countries. 7 billion euros will be paid to the third countries for fossil fuels. And these funds could have been accommodated here, of course. Fertilizers would reduce the emission had we used the fertilizer produced in the EU, because we would have the most modern technology to produce them. We would also reduce farmers' CO2. We know that from 2025, subsidies and credits, which are theoretical, will be replaced by punishment. I'm talking about the transport sector. There will be no free emission allowances after 2025. We have reached the goal of 38% in reduction of CO2. We are among the leaders. Speaking of agriculture, well, we are not too good in the circular economy. In waste recycling, we are behind, with only Bulgaria and Romania being on the same level. There are a lot of unused reserves. I'm talking about food waste, which emits a lot of methanol. A lot of food is wasted in Europe and in Lithuania. So to come back to what I have said in the very beginning, we should go back to creating a system, measuring, having a carrot in our pocket for those who are doing well. And another thing, we should implement all of this. And just one final thought. Starting from 2026, there will be public procurement for industrial production, and the EU currently spends 13 billion for public procurement within the EU. So my vision is that any product, a bottle or a tablet or a dog food or biscuits, should be measured against the CO2 emission. 70% of the price in the tender should be self-cost, and the rest is packaging and everything that is related to CO2. And this reduction of CO2 by 30% allows a local manufacturer a bonus, to have a bonus within EU, because the local manufacturer will have advantage over third countries which use fossil fuels for the same type of production. So we do need such kind of encouragement, some kinds of carrots. We just have to implement the system. Mr. Delida, do you have any proposals as to how to monetize this system? Well, let me go back to previous discussions. There are a lot of discussions about how local these measures are. There was a proposal by Kerry from America to finance third countries' efforts to encourage use of renewables in agriculture or production. But anyway, the decision has to be local. Carbon credits should be used and bought locally. On the other hand, there are measures on the free market where you are paid for those carbon credits and you are paid in advance. So if a farmer undertakes to implement a program, part of the credit is bought and sold to the markets right now. The market is being developed. A lot of infrastructural products are being created to assess credits and so on. The banks are setting up special departments, so the market is being developed. What we need is regulation and clear rules. If we had regulation and clear rules, everyone would feel safer on the market, and the value of a credit would increase, simply for the fact of regulation. The European Commission promises to develop rules, guidelines this year, describing how the market should work in Europe. We don't expect the rules to be very strict and very defining. I'm talking about guidelines, rather. Yes, so it's not the regulation that we need. No, it will be a kind of a guideline, and then it's up to the country to implement it locally. And it's up to Lithuania how we are going to regulate it. We do have some good examples, speaking about cooperation between industries and agriculture when voluntary markets and regulated markets are integrated. For example, California system, New Zealand system, a certain number of regulated credits can be bought on a voluntary market. There were 4% on California market, if I'm not mistaken, and it will be increased to 6%. So there are ways to integrate regulated and voluntary systems. But there should be more regulation anyway. Yeah, with the lack of regulation, we can brainstorm for different methods, and you have already mentioned several examples. Are there any more examples? Mr. Radzevičius, maybe you know of some countries, not necessarily within the EU, where you have seen good cross-sector cooperation in terms of credits. I have seen a very interesting initiative indeed. I saw a company in Denmark, Agrina, and they have cooperation with Ukrainian farmers through a state sector. They generate those credits, and the state system helps to account for the credits and to certify and register the credits. And that's how other sectors somewhere outside the country or outside Europe the European Union can buy these credits. I found the practice to be rather interesting, and I'm curious about how it will be implemented in the future. What's your opinion, Mr. Janulevičius? Well, industry and food industry is an inseparable part of the system, of the economy. Well, we could, of course, try to separate agriculture from industry. I feel to be quite well integrated into a food industry. This bioeconomy is something we have to develop in Lithuania. Bioeconomy includes food chains, energy, and includes packaging and sale of the final product. So I don't see too many differences here. I want to build added value in Lithuania as much as possible. We should think about the systems of encouragement. Maybe we should think about some subsidies to sell raw material to the third countries. We should encourage to create as much of the added value as possible. Maybe I will be unpopular with some of farmers who want to just have a simple way to sell their products. But together with the agricultural industry, we should try to digitalize all the chain from field to fork. It will let us have a good final product, more new jobs, and a higher GDP. Thank you, Mr. Juknevičius. What about creating more added value in agriculture? Well, farmers are businessmen. Usually they are in the lower part of the food chain, and they suffer a lot when the chain faces certain crises or disruptions. So it's the weakest part of the chain. And now they have tried to build a wall against themselves to protect themselves. So we have to knock the wall down. Some farms which are sustainable, and I'm not talking only about relation with environment, they are sustainable, they have invested into their farms. They reduce waste, they reduce CO2 emissions, they lock CO2 in the soil for many years to come. So of course, it would be very good if they were sustainable also in the sense of economy, so that they should be sustainable in economy as a reward of being sustainable in terms of environment. Processing of agricultural goods in Lithuania is good, of course, but the question is, If processed goods, or rather processed raw materials, cost the same as goods, then we have to be very patriotic. But if there are other options, then the farmer wouldn't care if his products, if his raw materials are loaded on board a ship and sent to Africa. What they want is they want to get an adequate payment for their job. Mr. Dailide, what about you? Well, the amount of subsidy is as it is, and the question is how does the final manufacturer get it? Yes, of course, as much as possible of the added value should be created in Lithuania. Processing of raw material is always good if it's done within the country. But speaking about grain, we are one of the 5 largest exporters in the EU. So we do have good examples. We do have good examples of processing. And Emelina is one of the good examples. But it's not only about farmers. It's also about the state policy and the attitude of the society. Do we want to invest into agriculture and the agricultural products? Thank you. Mr. Lepinskas, what do you think about cooperation we mentioned? Well, we are speaking in some theoretical terms. Well, Mr. Dailide did come with a practical example. From farm to fork strategy is recognized as a green one, as a strategy which can help to reduce CO2 emissions, to avoid intermediate chains, transportation through some additional warehouses or logistics centers. And it's a good strategy because it encourages a farmer to create a larger added value of a product that will be sold within the community. And then the community is being developed where local people get to know each other. But in practice, when you want to implement it and when you start talking to farmers who have great production of meat, dairy products, poultry, bakery, we face a problem. If it's a family business, they say, okay, look, I can sell my products for 2 days, and then for the rest of the week, I have to work. I have agricultural work, I have production work. I cannot be selling all the time, and I cannot hire someone to help me because I'm not sure I will be able to pay this assistant. So I think what we should start with is what help do they need? That's a question we have to ask. Say farmers need help in developing the trade. And if we can help them, it would be a great encouragement and assistance. We would have some spot sale of foodstuff, of fresh products. What do you mean by help? Who should help? And what specifically should be done? Who should help? Well, those who manage EU support to agriculture. This support is sometimes not targeted enough. And the principle itself is process-oriented rather than result-oriented. This is a question to Brussels and French farmers who support this principle. On the other hand, there is a need of targeted support, even if it's not large-scale. And these measures would help us implement the vision we're talking about.
Good idea. Mr. Yanulavich, what would you say that, that support is not always targeted and that we should support results, not the process itself? That is logical, of course. If we allocate funding, if we have a certain business plan, We need to measure of how much the exports would grow, what profit we'll get, and etc. It doesn't matter, and I believe that a few smaller farmers could team up. Let's say in France or in Spain, they have cooperatives, so-called cooperatives. In Lithuania, that word was ruined in a way, if I could say so. Just after the independence. But cooperative is a union, a way to have a representative for trade, and the biggest chains, trade chains, supermarket chains, they work and cooperate with those cooperatives. Cooperative is a way of shortening this supply chain and then to sell your produce directly. The speed, the freshness, and the margin could be different. As an industrialist, how do I see the future of industry, the future of Lithuania? Agriculture is a part of industry. We have a $500 million market, 500 million of people market, and I mean, including the United Kingdom. And those buyers have a good purchasing power. They are connected to the internet, and we have a producer, for instance, who is making, bottles of water, is growing carrots or something else, and he can supply his product directly, and I have this public procurement in mind, that the producer gets a better price if he meets certain requirements, and this is what we have to aim for. And thanks to some online platform, the producer is able to sell his produce anywhere in the EU. It also contributes to cutting the CO2 emissions, and I believe there are certain initiatives of how we could support this, developing these and cutting the CO2 levels and selling produce at an affordable price. Because just imagine how much CO2 is produced, let's say, in delivering product from Lithuania to Spain or vice versa. So it is the right way to do that, but it's not so easy to implement. I believe that Lithuania could be one of the pioneers where we would start to the green costs of energy, and then we could go to supplying the products. So we have some good examples, let's say, in France and in Spain. Yes, Mr. The leader. As for the support idea, we're only now speaking about financial support and subsidies, but we can also support ideas or solutions, let's say, which can give different carbon locking or carbon capture, in farms. United Kingdom is a good example. When they when they left the EU, one of the first changes that was experiments with CRISPR technology. Those are the genetically modified plants. That is a very precise technology. I'm happy that scientists from Vilnius University have contributed to the development of this technology. And now genetically modified organisms, when they are so widespread globally, we are trying to make Europe into a museum of agriculture. And that is more visible, more clearly visible now. And this industrial approach is being put aside. That is good in one way, that we can cut down the CO2 emissions through pesticides, through fertilizers. But in Lithuania, we already have a crisis with some pests who are destroying rapeseed crops. And we are not able to grow sufficient numbers of rape crop. And what could help us, that could help certain pesticides or genetically modified seeds. So I would suggest that, fewer visits to the field with fertilizers, fewer visits to the field with pesticides could cut down the levels of CO2, and that is one of the solutions. Mr. Yuknevičius, you have been listening very attentively. Would you like to respond to the rapeseed crops? No, not exactly. I would like to respond to the thing that, it is very important for farmers themselves, the things that we are talking about here, even though they know too little about this system and this possibility. Because there are only a few pioneers who only have joined the system. And what I have in mind, that is a short food chain, could help us address the main problem, the climate change and the global warming. And businesses who have already exhausted their possibilities of cutting the emissions, and they want to take part and to contribute, or they are forced to contribute, because otherwise they will be forced to pay money. But those businesses who haven't exhausted their opportunities, and agriculture is the business which really hasn't exhausted its opportunities, and there are huge possibilities to capture this carbon. Now we really focus a lot on sustainable farms, about organic farms. Yes. In this particular moment, in this economic crisis that we have, when we talk about the huge inflation and food inflation at the same time, I'm really worried that, those sustainable and organic farms now will be the most vulnerable, because they produce high added value products, and those products are only purchased by the people with the highest income. And if your income drops, obviously you would switch to some mass production products. So this is why I'm talking about this, that farmers are not the ones who are not interested in the spread of the system, but on the contrary, it is a possible breakthrough for them. It is a possible chance to get more funds if they improve their operations. It also goes well with the green policy. But what you are saying now, that farmers don't necessarily know enough about this. Okay, so if they don't know about this, who is supposed to tell them about it? You as the chair of the farmers union, do you talk to them about it, or do you encourage them? The question is important. Yes, you are right by saying this, that there should be high involvement from the farmers, and that we should have some leaders who shape the policy of agriculture, who shape the entire green policy. And there are some colleagues in the audience of mine who took part in various working groups, who really were looking for various solutions to the problem. Now we are talking that EU will give some package for each country, and each country will have to adapt it to its needs. What we usually do is we are looking for examples, and we try to simply copy them in our country, of course, through our Lithuanian perspective. And I believe that my colleague will continue to what I said. Yes, I would like to raise this issue of who should do that. We heard interesting speeches in the first session during the first part. And, our achievements, our farmers' achievements in Lithuania are truly phenomenal, because we managed to achieve a huge fertility given our climatic conditions. But let's say in Denmark, they generate a higher added value. Where does it come from? The farmers' union in Denmark, I think, is a very old organization, and it is, I think, older than 100 years old. And they always had an independent consultations, independent advice to farmers. Now we don't really have that. And the problem is that all those achievements are developed by commercial structures, by a company represented by me or by Donatas, or by some huge, great individual enthusiasts who find some niche where they can earn and make money, and this is how they develop their objectives. And they start various interesting businesses. And now we are not only focusing on the data on the institute, on the data of university, but we have established our own research center in order to make those technologies more effective, to generate more crops and to export them. We had a good school of crop engineers, who really developed the system. But we no longer have those specialists who could contribute. Okay, so we don't have this practice. Okay, Mr. Yanulevichus, how do you see this from your perspective? Do we need some consultations, or who would be the ones who should tell? Well, education, I think, is always the most important factor. And as with farmers, it's also the same case. Advice and consultations and education is the most important. Farmers are very busy and people, and yes, there should be some structure which would unite them and would inform them of various novelties. If we talk about future, I still remain optimistic. As our today's topic is food for peace, peace for food. So definitely, we have some fertile lands in Lithuania. We have some good examples, and I think one day we will be able to share our knowledge and our expertise in neighboring countries, and we will be able to grow businesses in neighboring countries. What we have achieved so far in agriculture, in processing, in producing this, let's say, cereals, which cost so much more than grain itself. So we would have some knowledge and some know-how, which we believe will be able to spread and share with our neighboring countries in the future. And we have to educate farmers just like we educate people in other industries. I have a question to Ms. Lapinskas. We have reviewed the examples. Arnas Redzevičius even mentioned the modification of genetic resources. Are there any other examples that we haven't discussed but which should be discussed of how sectors could cooperate to make carbon credits work even better? Those voluntary systems, they are at their beginning stages not only in Lithuania, but they are also at the beginning stages elsewhere too. As an industry, will soon be forced to spend huge amounts of money for the search of those credits and for acquisition of those credits. And if by that time we will not be able to establish the system, we may end up with the situation which we had with waste management and packaging management a few years ago. Because we did not control the system sufficiently, we did not establish a proper system, and companies who acquired certificates, later on they had to pay again the pollution tax or the pollution fines because they were deceived, because some companies went bankrupt and did not fulfill their obligations. So the same thing applies to this principle. Okay, if it is so serious and if it costs so much and we need a clearer system and a clear regulation, what we who sit here can do to make something happen faster? Well, first of all, we had ministers. Now we no longer have them in the audience. When I asked the Minister of Environment, will you take part in drafting the documents and standards for the system, they said no. Do you stand next to their door and do you knock them on the door? Yes, I said, yes, we have a question that is very important and we need to resolve it. We need to regulate this area. And they said, no, we are waiting for the EU when they will say something a year or 2 years later. And only then we will start joining the system, let's say in 2026, when we will be lagging behind. I totally agree with what the farmers' organizations say. They are doing something already. They are exploring it, and they will be prepared to start it, to implement it in reality when the time comes. So now the responsible authorities and responsible institutions, they have to be told that you have to do this. You cannot stay away from this. You have to admit these problems, recognize them, and regulate them. Of course, we can have a voluntary system, but voluntary system only fits for green brainwashing and very initial projects. But when we'll start talking about billions of payments, then we need to regulate it toughly. Mr. Janulevičius, what could you contribute? We and the Institute of Green Economy, I think we have been cooperating with the Green Policy, Institute for a long time. So first of all, yes, we need to educate our people. We have to read the documents that are being drafted, and we have to see we have to plan and forecast and foresee the future. We have to plan some 5 years ahead. Otherwise, we'll be stuck. We, I think, should draw certain resolutions, and we should send those resolutions to the institutions who are in charge. Otherwise, we will not achieve anything. You know, it's not only about using the possibilities that the EU gives. We have a great opportunity now to do, but we have to make it in a targeted manner and without distorting the market. Mr. The Leader, do you have an advice to the others? Mr. Lapinskas had provided a good example because you are the one who is doing something. Well, you know, I'm not a politician. I come from business area. I talk to companies and we just start doing, you know, by what possibilities we have. Currently, there's no regulation. So yes, we have joined this system voluntarily. We have analyzed the methodology of what can be done, of how it can be sold, those credits that have been generated, and it seems to be working. I believe that those methodologies, the regulation methodologies, will not be very different from voluntary system that we have in place now, because these are the standards regulated by certain institutions. Anyone who starts doing this now will have certain experience and will generate certain benefits to the society, to the environment, and will already have some experience. Because those methods, regulated methods, I don't believe they will be very different. There may be slight differences, but they will still form the basis for future regulation. Why this voluntary market works? Because some companies already acquire and purchase those credits, and even the larger companies, they're already calculating, they're carrying out audits, and they already recognize those. So the infrastructure is being built, is being developed. And I think we can already, we already have the basis to start building it on. As Industrialist Confederation, together with bioeconomics institutions and other stakeholders, we have a research institute which assists the industry in selling those trade allowances, carbon trade allowances. And we are building a platform which will be suitable for use in the future, because there's not really a great difference whether you build a platform for carbon trade allowances or if you build a platform for these carbon credits. So, the principle will be the same. The Industrialist Confederation And this digital innovation center that we already have, we buy and sell those permits, and I believe that agriculture could really join this initiative too and could save in the future. I see that we have many questions, and we also have people in the audience who are willing to ask. So could you please introduce yourself and ask the question? Unfortunately, interpreters cannot hear the question. You need to use the microphone. Vice chairman and also the pig breeders, representative of pig breeders organization. From the debate, I got the impression that the problem is highly complicated, but it is not as complicated as you are saying. There are few sources of those greenhouse gas emissions, that is methane produced by animals and fertilizers that, well, those two sources of carbon. And if we focus on these two sources, so I see a lot of chaos in biogas sector, because during the past funding period, Lithuania only allocated funding for small companies, and other projects were not funded, were not eligible. We are talking about some complex, huge problems, but we are not able to resolve very simple problems. You know, if we have a source of pollution, then we have to resolve this problem in the very place where this pollution comes from. I'm not saying that we have to cut the fertilizers. No, fertilizers. Farmers now use fewer fertilizers, less fertilizers, because they do not have enough funds, and they are trying to save. This is how they cut the levels of CO2 at the same time. And if they were provided credits, carbon credits on top of this, so everyone would benefit. And what is the starting level? Where do we start to measure? You know, what is the benchmark? So you are saying that the problem is so much easier, and we can resolve it in a simple way. And the pesticides is a totally different topic. No, pesticides are not a different topic in my view, because nowadays the differences between pesticides are huge. Some pesticides are very harmful to the environment, and they are very expensive to produce in terms of carbon. Others pesticides are very innovative and environment friendly, and their production costs less. That is important to note. As for fertilizers, we don't have a base now, a starting point, and now we often say that we support all the green ideas or the Green Deal, but we don't really understand what is the composition of our soil. And we see that we have very low levels of phosphorus, let's say. And if we start developing the land, and if we start cultivating the land in those areas with low phosphorus, we will trap ourselves. As for nitrogen fertilizers, it is a fluid and volatile substance. It has to be fertilized every spring, or added to the soil every spring. So you need special fertilizer sprinklers to spread the fertilizers. So I heard the question today, or a statement, I'm sorry, that large farms in the regions are not the ones that we should be focusing on. We should be focusing on the smaller farms. Yes, you may be right, but those smaller farms should also have those sprinklers or so special equipment to spread the fertilizers and to cut the levels of fertilizers. And I see huge threats in this coming. You wanted to add something. Well, I think that, the small farms which are not able to acquire certain equipment or technology, I think they should team up and form those so-called cooperatives, and there are many ways to address this problem. This has been mentioned before. As for points of pollution or sources of pollution, just like you mentioned, yes, that problem was right that you have mentioned, but we have numerous other problems. We can lock, let's say, carbon in soil, which are not so usual for us, such as protecting the wetlands and etc. As for the basic level, yes, we will have to define certain basic level, but without the calculation system, without the accounting system, there's no point in setting this base level. If, let's say, we have now a system for fertilizer tracking and tracing, from every field, from the producer to the field and etc. And I'm told that, we don't have enough political will to implement this. But let's say when I see the statistics of fertilizers used in Lithuania, we see the deviation up to 30%. So, what kind of base level are we talking about? So, we have to regulate it in a tough manner, and we have to enter the right data in the first place.
Let's go back to the topic. Instead of providing an explanation to the listeners, we have gone into something else. I just wanted to go back to my colleague's question. What are we talking about? We are talking about farmers and farms, and if they emit less carbon than they lock, this is the turning point. This is what we're talking about. And how should we get to this point? There are different options. I just want to say one sentence. We have to understand that we must use the CO2 tax in order not to see the description in our local industry. Yes, the fertilizer which we import is cheaper, and fertilizer accounting is very straightforward. Okay, I understand. You say that we have to be very strict about the amounts of fertilizer which is imported. We have to know the amounts, right? Well, use of fertilizer is not the most important factor. Let me give you an example. When we count the emission from nitrogen fertilizer, the nitrogen factor is very important. When fertilizer absorption is 2-3 times higher as compared to regular technology, nitrogen absorption factor is 3-fold less. So we emit 30% less of nitrogen suboxide because we multiply it by 300 in order to convert to CO2. That's why we're talking about huge emissions from the soil. So the accounting itself with no methodology bears no value, because then the farm which uses fertilizer scarcely, we account them in the general statistics. We lock a lot of carbon in the product, and no one assesses this factor. Yes, farmers are 10% of our society, and the rest of CO2 is unlocked not by farmers, but by whom? By you, by the users. And we don't take this into account. When we speak about implying taxes to CO2, we should ask who is unlocking CO2. Okay, I got your question. Is anyone here ready to answer? Because we have only 5 minutes and more instrumental questions to discuss. I understand that all the topics are related and very important, but we have to narrow down. Yes, it's important. I mean, the absorption, and there should be some accounting, and the accounting has to be precise. Otherwise, it will turn into statistics. Now we are going to have lunch, and you will be able to meet and discuss. This is what the forum is about. The aim of our panel is also to provide some instrumental approaches. We spoke about cooperation. We spoke about some shortages in regulation in the system itself. One of the readers is asking, what is one of the most important disadvantage of carbon farming in Lithuania? Lack of knowledge, lack of regulation, financial aspect. What else? I think we spoke about everything except for the financial aspect. Yes. The financial aspect is important as compared to ETL. This is due because of the weak and episodic markets. They are fragmented and they have to be developed. Will there be CO2 accumulating, credit accumulating proposals on the national level? Will it be on the EU level? It's a technical question of a logistical character. Probably nobody can answer it now. We should move from voluntary to a regulated market. Cooperation, cooperatives can help solve all the problems. So we're talking about the cooperatives here again. Okay, let me go back to more specific questions. Well, it's an ironic. So if you want to pollute, all you need is money and cheap credits. It's a rhetoric question. Very many companies provide different models based on sustainable farming. Who is regulating the models and the farmers? Say there is a person, a farmer, who wants to implement one or another model. Where he should look for such a model? How should he choose it? What can we advise to such a person? Well, you need to look at what standard is implemented and what are the companies who have already implemented it. And I have a short remark. You know, when you said you can pollute if you have money, it's a very serious question. You know, in Poland, they adopted a law which stipulated the use of a larger share of a biomass in a fossil fuel boiler houses, which means that they could replace cheap carbon credits, only pay €5, buy some kind of credit, and then continue pollute with fossil fuels. Did they know this in the beginning? Were they aware? No, they started to buy the granulars in Lithuania and in Poland, and then they thought, why should we do it? Why should we bother? If a ton of CO2 credit is €5, why should we bother? We have some time for the last question. If there is no question, let me just make some conclusions. Any questions? Mr. Yuknevičius. I volunteered. I wanted to finish off this panel by saying that there is no gap between a citizen, a user, a state, and authorities. Everything is interconnected. If there was no expectation from the users, from the customers, there would be no green course. There would be no Green Deal. And we, coming from business, cannot just witness what is happening. We have to move on too. So our businesses are pioneers, and we just hope that the process will go on. We just need to be more active participators in the process. It's not the first time I'm discussing on this, and I have never heard such a large, I have never seen such a large audience. It's an example illustrating that this topic is becoming more and more relevant and interesting. Let's hope that next year we will move on to the largest hall. Okay, thank you very much. Vidmantas Janulevičius, Arnas Radzevičius, Donatas Dailydė, Raimundas Juknevičius, and Remigijus Lapinskas, and now enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination. Hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius. Ah,
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one?
Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. The pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
oh, would never know.
Yeah? Yeah. There you go.
Lithuania,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
Tai sveiki visi grįžę po pietų 1212.
Welcome back after lunch. We have had food and now we're going to speak about food. The future consumer, food trends, buying behaviors, and generational eating habits. We will be speaking mostly in English, so if you need the headsets, you're welcome to grab them.
We will begin by a keynote, and then this will be followed by a discussion with 5 distinguished speakers, and I'm really hoping for your introductions, for your interventions as well. There is a code that I will remind you. I think it's Agri 2022 S2, referring to this particular room, S2, the hall number 2. So if you do not have a chance to scan the code now, because you don't, there isn't a QR code, you can just go to slide.do and enter that very hashtag, and you can ask your question, and that's really helpful because this is then very instrumental and we can make most of every discussion, right? So we will begin this panel discussion by a speech by a professor at University of Warsaw, Professor Krzysztof Klintsewicz. Let's welcome him by giving him a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining the session, which concerns consumer behaviors. And, well, I was asked to act as sort of a fire starter, somebody who inspires the subsequent discussion and tries to talk to you about new tendencies and maybe some surprising aspects of consumer behavior. So what I will try to talk to you about is really the future consumer as co-creator, co-designer of food, somebody who can also contribute to the product development and establishment of the market. And this will leverage some of experiences of EIT Food funded project. I assume that everyone who is in this room is very much fond of consumers. And of course, it's a truism. Food industry is always saying that consumer is the king and we do everything for consumers. But in fact, when you think about the way how food producers normally work, it's maybe not all that rosy. Let's take the metaphor or analogy of a taxi driver. So a taxi driver has a car, knowledge of the city, of topography, and petrol. In the same way, food producers have knowledge of food technologies, manufacturing lines, ingredients, products that they could produce. But how come, imagine a taxi driver that would be driving the consumer or client all over the town and asking, is this the right place? Is this the right place? This is where you wanted to get? This is exactly what happens in the food industry. When you think about all those processes of designing, developing new products, and then doing acceptance tests, sensory panels only after the whole product development process was finished, this is probably something that is different from the logic of really asking consumers to intervene. And that's exactly the topic of co-creation. Attempts to involve consumers in the process of designing products, not just responding to previous plans of the producers. At University of Warsaw, in EIT Food project, Consumer Engagement Labs, we've developed methodology that was supposed to bring together consumers and producers, design new products, and pave the ways for slightly different way of working with the market. Lithuania is a special place when it comes to consumer engagement labs because this was one of the first 2 countries where we actually started developing the methodology in 2019. But afterwards, we implemented or rolled this out to 16 countries. We worked with 82 consumer groups, 43 companies, and those co-creation processes where consumers were designing products that are afterwards introduced to the market by companies, those processes were successful in at least 22 cases. So co-creation, the way how we try to understand this, is very different from standard qualitative research that you might know from your everyday practice. So it's not a typical focus group because it's much longer. It's not acceptance test because there is nothing to accept yet. We are rather looking for inspiration and ideas, and it's also not a hackathon, which normally is implemented with the involvement of experts or semi-experts. Here, we try to work with average consumers. We try to focus on a process to really engage people, to ensure that they stay motivated. Teamwork proved to be one of the essential components of this process, something that was keeping people and making them come back for more and more sessions. And finally, when you think about the process in which producers are asking consumers for their wishes, desires, product ideas, it's strongly empowering people, making sure that their voices are really heard, and they become the drivers, not the clients. Just some examples. Here you see pictures from one of our first workshops in Kaunas in 2019 with a group of older consumers from the Kaunas area. We were, prior to COVID, we were implementing those processes on a face-to-face modalities. Afterwards, we switched to online mode. But in general, the dynamics stayed more or less the same. And really, what we managed to achieve was to generate a substantial number of product ideas, out of which 22 products are already on the market, 6 are in the pipeline, and some packaging designs are also proposed by consumers. And when I try to start discussing specific needs and expectations of consumers, you might be surprised by wishes, ideas, and expectations that came out of those co-creation workshops, because most of the ideas and proposals were very distant from what product design experts in food companies would expect. So those products were actually matching the needs of consumers, which makes co-creation a very attractive scenario for food companies because it's potentially very quick commercial win, something that is really desired, trusted, and transparent. But at the same time, our experiences indicated that, well, you can involve consumers in design, but remember that you also need food technologies and experts from your companies to actually work on the refinement of those ideas. And here, just to show you some examples, Lithuanian product brought to the market by Ecofrisa and Iki, Gricola, proposed by Lithuanian older consumers who appreciated the crunchiness and all the sensory impressions of granola, but granola is probably not the healthiest or safest choices for older consumers because baked cereals are very hard. So potentially they pose danger to the teeth. So instead of cereals, the granola was made out of buckwheat, which was still crunchy but far softer. At the same time, it had lower glycemic index. It also had some additional benefits in terms of reduced sugar content. Another example, Portugal. A group of consumers who also involved people with diabetes were trying to design perfect biscuits, which would not stick to the teeth, which would still be crunchy and low in sugar and fat. Here is the result, Bolachas digestiva. Idea from Croatia, from a company called Sidrani. Instant coffee with kombucha. So imagine that it's middle of the summertime and you just bought a small pocket which you open and dilute with a glass of cold water. It's probiotic, it's also iced coffee, and it's extremely lightweight, so you can take many of them on your yacht or whenever you plan to travel. Another example, again, from this region, curd, traditional Latvian product, but made with dairy substitute based on fermented pea. And if you look at the texture, if you think about the sensory dimensions, it's really resembling the traditional curd, but it's also suitable for people who might have certain intolerances or allergies. So those were just few examples of products, but I wanted to talk to you more about the actual needs, tendencies, and trends that we could infer from those processes of working with consumers. Because we had the privilege of working with those over 80 groups of consumers in different countries, and there are certain tendencies that we managed to spot throughout those countries and months. And I tried to name those tendencies. On the following slides, I will also briefly describe them. There are basically 4 dominant tendencies that really pop up across different panels and different consumer groups. One, let's call it avoid and enhance, conveniently empowered. The third one, local is cool. And, well, the last one, future was yesterday. Sounds quite scary. So one by one, avoid and enhance. Consumers tend to insist on either elimination of certain ingredients or supplementation of some other ingredients. And it's always around health, nutrition, sometimes also environment. So people ask you to remove or eliminate sugar, reduce the fat contents. I remember the Lithuanian panels were particularly keen on getting rid of all the palm oil in products, which apparently was linked to some preconceived notions, because the day before the panel there was huge broadcast in Lithuanian television where a health expert was explaining that palm oil is not entirely healthy. So consumers really like products that would reduce or supplement some ingredients. At the same time, remember that it doesn't mean that your consumer will be a nutrition expert. Sometimes the knowledge or the understanding of ingredients and food technologies might be slightly skewed. So that's one tendency that every food company probably experiences nowadays. But another one, this is something slightly untypical. We call it conveniently empowered. Consumers look for convenience, right? So they would like to get products that are easier to buy, easier to transport home, easier to open. So for example, single unit sizes are preferable for singles or older consumers or certain types of consumers that would like just to sample something. A lot of problems were linked to disposal of packaging. So again, convenience aspects were popping up throughout all the discussions of food, packaging, and consumption. But at the same time, consumers don't like to be paternalized or treated as if they were children or disabled. So they want convenience, but at the same time, they also want to have the feeling that they've done something. So the feeling of agency, I can do it. So they would like to have a package that opens in far easier ways, but they would also like to be proud of being able to open this package. In the same way, when we talk about ready-to-use meals, in some countries we worked on product ideas where consumers would just get a jar full with the complete meal or dish that they could serve, but still people would love to have some agency in this process, so that they would, for example, take out the contents of the jar and mix it with something, or serve in such a way that they really have the feeling that it's also me, it's also part of my achievement, it's not just something that was served to me. And I think this particular aspect, conveniently empowered, this is slightly different from what many retail companies or also food producers are doing, because they are trying to eliminate every single hassle, every single problem in the consumption process. The third aspect. Prior to COVID, the aspects of local food production were important. In the times of COVID and after the pandemics, the importance of local embeddedness went up. So people are really asking for locally sourced ingredients. It doesn't mean that they don't want to mix them with something exotic, but sometimes they also take some pride in using products that are coming from local producers. And we discovered that a lot of ideas for new products were strongly linked to food traditions of specific region or country, traditional flavors, recipes. So a way of taking pride in food and sort of local patriotism. Again, this is a movement that is probably slightly different from what multinational food producers are doing, and that's exactly the way of boosting the image of local food industry. And finally, well, future was yesterday. The interesting thing is that when you think about the food of the future, many consumers think about the food of the past. So the food of tomorrow is the food of yesterday, but it's better, it's healthier, it's more sustainable, it's produced in ways that are better for the environment. And that was quite a shock in many countries, because people were able to pick up ancient recipes, rediscover some legumes, vegetables that were unknown for years, and you might be surprised by the sources of inspiration that are coming from the past, nostalgia, childhood remembrances, brands or products that people remember because they were consuming them 20 years ago. And finally, when we think about this future was yesterday, there is also one very interesting tendency that we started observing and appreciating in 2019, so long before COVID, long before the horrible war caused by Russia. Frugal innovations, innovations that are modest, high added value, relatively low cost. Many consumers were suggesting us that they don't want bells and whistles, they don't want a type of Instagram food, that they want something plain and simple, but still attractive, tasty, nutritious. And a lot of ideas proposed by consumers were relatively easy to implement, were exactly frugal innovations, so less is more. And in 2019, it seemed but not so attractive for many companies that would rather bet on highly exquisite products that could earn high margins. But then came COVID-19, and now in the current economic situation, in the upcoming crisis, people start appreciating products that would be probably more added value or more value for money than expensive and highly exquisite food. So the future was yesterday is probably a way of reliving the past in such way by drawing on the previous experiences, traditions, culture, and designing something new. Those were just 4 tendencies that I was trying to show you. This could be a good starting point for discussions. To those of you who are interested in co-creation, we also invite you to join our online sessions, which, by the way, we are going to hold in 2 days and next week. So that there will be whole trainings and sessions where we explain food companies what to do about this. And you can hopefully find the links online by checking the EIT Food website. So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you about those consumer trends, and I understand that now we are going to talk about those trends in more detail.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do come back and join us here in the discussion, Krzysztof. I would also like to invite Mindaugas Snarskis, who is CEO at Vikonda Group, EIT Food Representative Milda Kraužlis, Nutrition Officer at Ministry of Health of Lithuania. Please be seated, guys. Ieva Gudanavičienė, co-founder of Oyster 22. Please take your seats. Feel free to choose whatever you want to choose. Co-founder of Oyster 22, also head of Digital Innovation Hub AgriFood Croatia, Matija Bumbak. Thank you for joining. And I think that is everybody. As I said, if you have questions or comments, do go to slide.do and then type, I think it's Agri 2022 S2. It seems as a complicated code, but if you narrow it down to meaningful components, then it makes sense and it's easy to remember. It's the forum and then also it's the whole number 2. Thank you so much, Krzysztof, for your presentation, for your 4 trends. Do you have one trend that is your favorite among the 4?
I would say the last one, definitely. So the future was yesterday, nostalgia, attempts to revive the past, use some traditions, and trying also to be frugal in food production.
You have mentioned the proposals that came out of the project, and I wondered what you did with all those proposals eventually.
This was an interesting process because in every country we were working with 1, 2, or 3 companies and consumer panels. And in the end, those companies were picking up just 1 or 2 best ideas that they wanted to commercialize. But we also had a lot of leftovers. And, we don't like food waste, so last year we went through another cycle of sort of recycling those proposals and working with a number of startups and food companies from different countries to also share the knowledge. We also have some publications and lists of ideas coming from different food categories.
But did you go to producers and manufacturers of food, and did in the end any of them say, okay, this will be our product and this is something we are going to manufacture?
Even stronger point, because the producers were involved from the very beginning. So together with producers and local academic partners like Kaunas Technological University in Lithuania, we were actually working together to select type of products, product category, direct consumers towards specific focus areas, and then, of course, the producer was also committed to commercialize the product.
And also, when you're conducting specific research related to food innovation, I wondered, because when you were showing packages, I thought that it would make sense that people, when they are answering questions, while conducting the research, they would say one thing, but then when they go to a store, they would prefer the other. For example, if someone wants to seem really eco-friendly, they would say, I don't care about packages. And then they would go to shops and buy these, coffee cream in plastic where you have like 2 grams of milk, and then the packaging is much more expensive than the content itself. So I wondered, this will be my last question to you, do you notice those sort of tendencies where people would like the packaging to be less meaningful to them, but in fact it is?
Such tendencies are possible. Interestingly, in our research, when it comes to packaging, it was even worse than you could imagine, because people were, even though they were environmentally friendly or were declaring the love for the earth and environment, still consumers insisted on smaller packaging, a lot of packaging materials. So we didn't even spot the problem of people declaring one thing and doing another one, but sometimes even the expectations were not always environmentally friendly, which was, by the way, a reason why This year, we run also workshops with consumers focused specifically on packaging. Also, one of those was in Lithuania. We worked with local food service company and packaging company to redesign packaging for takeaway meals. So that we know that there needs to be some plastic and carton and maybe also aluminium when you have complex dishes, but still maybe there is a way of reducing the amount of packaging material.
Okay, thank you so much. Mindaugai, girdėjom tokių pavyzdžių, kai bendradarbiauja žmonės tam tikram.
Mindaugas, we heard some examples when people cooperate in some projects, let's say, and they find to make a product which would be desired by consumers. How you, as an industry representative, take into account into those initiatives, and do you have any examples that you say would implement something, let's say a kombucha with instant coffee or something else? Oh, there are numerous examples, and I could be mentioning a number of them. In our company group, our ice cream factory, we have a number of ice creams which recipes were developed by students, let's say. You need to understand that food nowadays is relatively simple. At the same time, is rather sexual or appealing. Well, it seems that, people easily can contribute to it. Is interesting, it is attractive, because we all eat and we cannot do without that. So cooperation is a must. Last week I went to Israel, and a lot of innovation comes from Israel. And we had numerous important constructive meetings. I hope that we will bring something from Israel and something from those new ideas to Lithuania. One thing that I find a bit discouraging from the perspective of industry, what the professor mentioned, it's when we try to please consumers in a way. We must understand that everything that we have now, climate change, the mass destruction of species, so we have to have a broader purpose, a broader objective, not only to please the consumers. And we have to take into account, we have to everything, we have to understand of what we do in trying to cut waste, food waste, and what we try to do to limit our impact on the environment, and etc. And of course, the future is in the past, but I don't really believe in that. Yes, from the sentimental point of view, yes, I agree with that. But from the perspective of our future, from the human future, I think we should also take into account various alternatives that were not possible in the past, that were not available, such as alternative protein, which all the world is talking about. Yes, we'll take a look to the future, and we will be building those bridges. But let us try to tell us more about pleasing those customers. Pleasing customers is one thing, but if consumers, let's say, are thinking of nature, maybe that is a good thing to please those consumers. What are our consumers? What are their expectations? I would like to present the recent nutritional data from Lithuania from 2020 of how consumers choose their food. So first of all, they choose by flavor, some 82%. In the second place, what is most important, that is that it has to be favorable for their health or prevention of diseases. And the price is also an important factor, or the impact of their family. If we take a look, let's say, if we took a look to today's data, it may be a bit different because the prices are going up, and the price may be the main factor now. But I have mentioned that people also choose whether their food products based on whether it is good for their health or not. As a health ministry, as representatives of health ministry, we would like to see healthier alternatives, and we would like people to choose such healthier alternatives. We have introduced some labeling, not only packaging labeling, but labeling is really complicated. And in Europe, there are various debates on how food should be labeled in a simple manner so that you could easily recognize and, let's say, that you could see products that are good for your health right away. So there's no final decision yet. Don't you think that those eco signs are indicating already that the food is healthy? Yes, it may have such an association, but if we speak about the foods that are good for one's health, starting from 2014, we have this label of keyhole. And in Scandinavia, that is popular, and in Lithuania, so this keyhole limits certain amounts of sugar, salt, and fat, and cereal products. So when a person takes this product marked with the label of keyhole, he no longer needs to read the contents, the ingredients list, but it is already a healthy product. Let's say if the packages were labeled and there would be a label of how much waste or how much pollution a product generates, would it be also beneficial and useful? Would it encourage consumers to choose such a product? Well, we not have this question before, and we discussed this with colleagues. We'll have a new research in 2 years, and we will include such a question into the survey, and we will analyze the choices based on environmental sustainability. Everything's advancing, everything's progressing. So yes, I think a similar part would also choose environmentally friendly food.
Lithuanian perspective, a lot of consumers still choose food by price in Lithuania. Just, if I had to single out one thing that Yeva said. What about you? What is the Oyster 22 that you have invented? What do you do? And what are the food tendencies that you notice?
So we are shellfish farmers, so we grow oysters, mussels, and produce, let's say, healthy and environmentally friendly proteins from the sea, because shellfish is having, if not negative, but at least zero impact on the environment. We don't feed them, we don't, harm the environment by growing oysters and mussels, but provide a beneficial service. So what I can relate to what the professor was saying about getting the old to become the new and to improve on what's been food of the past is maybe a good example is the mussels. It's always there, but now it's becoming more interesting because of this fact that it is a healthy protein from the sea. It has a positive effect on the environment. It has a lot of the beneficial, omega-3 and all the stuff that the consumer wants in these new, healthy, easy to consume products. It has this factor of that you actually have to do a little bit. You have to put it in a pot and start the fire underneath, but everything else is very easy to do. So we, for example, see that this as a product is kind of having an upward trend because of this change in the consumer behavior. But a small digression from what we're discussing here, but very relevant, is everything we're talking about here is developed world food problems. And then we have a lot of the world which they don't discuss about packaging. They're just talking about, do we have enough or not? And just to kind of put it here on the table, because, we are here very picky, if it's going to be a bit more healthy or not. But then you have a huge piece of the world which is struggling to have anything. And now with the, the problem with the war and COVID and the logistics and the prices and not having, exports of grain from Ukraine and things like this, for us, it's inconvenient for these kind of groups of people, it's a life-threatening issue. So, sort of just to put it.
Okay, I get what you're saying,
Yeah.
but then on the other hand, if we don't waste so much food, if we save food, if we do certain advanced solutions concerning food, then these people who do not have enough food, they get better access to supplies eventually.
Yeah, of course. It's a good perspective, and it gives us a motivation to do it. If we would want to, we could feed them already. But it's a political topic, so not gonna go deep into it. Of course, these why we are here today, the consumers, for sure, that they are having more and more impact on what's going on. It's, I think, for the better, because if we get the information flow going, if the producers know what the consumers are wanting, what's going on, if they have the right information of how much food is being used, or things like this, that get rid at least some part of the wastage, better kinds of food, better packaging, better everything, that improves the whole situation, for sure, for all the participants in the industry, the consumers, the producers, the logistics. I think we are driving towards a better situation. So it's a positive thing.
But Milda, would you agree that this is a first world problem, and in a sense we shouldn't even be discussing that?
Food waste, we shouldn't discuss it. It should be already solved. If you think about the fact that 1/3 production we are wasting, and we are wasting mostly vegetables, fruits, and bread, which is from our culture, Central Eastern, where to waste the bread is a sin, because it's like the very important product for us. We are working with many startups who are having solution and using the waste in the food production as raw materials from different sector. Part of the fruit waste could be used by industry in cosmetics. We have in our network Rebread startup. They're using over bread that it stays unsold to produce cosmetics, but also to produce vodka. So we are looking for those talented people with ideas for the new business, sustainable business, and we are supporting them to act against food waste. And I hope in some point, like in 10 or 5 years, this will be solved, and we are not going to discuss this topic.
What are the food tendencies that you are noticing at this very moment? What is there to be singled out?
So we already heard in the morning that there's like few tendencies we saw all over the world. Diversification of the protein sources. The population is growing, the sources, land, water are very limited. So we're looking for different sources of protein. Those are meat production in the lab, plant-based products, and here in Baltics we have very successful startups that producing alternatives of meat, or kefiras. Kefiras produced, could you imagine, from the buckwheat? This is kind of interesting, and it's very tasty and similar to kefiras. I'm a big fan of this startup. Then one of the tendencies that will be developed, and we will see in the future more investment, will be alternative seafood. Tuna based on the plant sources. A big tendency we are going to see in the future will be environmental labeling. There was a question also to Eva that I would like to pick up. Generation that are agent for sustainable development, sustainability for protection. This is the young generation. And already they are putting pressure on the policy makers to change some rules and to provide the products who are developed in sustainable way. When we are speaking with the senior consumer and the project mentioned by Krzysztof, we run this in 16 countries, Central, East and Southwestern Europe. Those consumers are pointing local production to work with the local suppliers. And by local, I think during the pandemic, we also changed the perception what is local. Before the pandemic, when we thought local, it was very like national. It's made by Lithuania. Now the local, it means like 30 kilometers around you.
So the notion of local has changed during
Yes.
the pandemic, is what you're saying.
Yes.
And that will be the tendency that will.
So if I had to summarize those trends, I would say alternative source for protein, including seafoods, using probably the aquaculture as a sea products from different ingredients in the food production. Then young generation, the impact of the young voice in our sector. And agriculture, food production will be in the middle of the conversation about the food climate changes. We'll see the carbonization, certification of the carbonization in the farms, so those will be trends.
Okay, since so many of you have mentioned already plant-based products, alternative sources of protein, how soon is this coming and how fast and where will we see it next, Krzysztof?
It's there. It's been there for hundreds of years.
But like in terms of everyday usage by, you know,
let's start with plant-based food. In Catholic countries, people used to eat plant-based products each Friday, and this was fully normal. So we don't need to invent totally new product ideas. It's actually part of the culture, but people sometimes forget about this. Of course, we are also talking about new or novel ways of producing proteins, or novel ways of, for example, fermenting certain plant-based or pulse-based materials, and that's really innovative, and that has the potential of bringing to the market analogs. But again, this is already happening. It's, you know, you have a number of producers in Lithuania. You have very strong players in Latvia, for example. We worked also with Milzu, which has also quite popular alternative burgers or burger substitutes. So it's there, but the thing is that consumers are, I would say, maybe not so focused on the source of proteins. As we've already heard, they are more interested in sensory dimensions. They would like to have a product that is just nice to have and good to consume. And sometimes also when you observe strategies of companies that are trying to bring meat or fish analogs to the market, even the sole concept of analog means that you are trying to imitate something. Again, it's tradition, it's linkage to cultural heritage, and trying to supplement something with solutions that are better for the environment.
Yes, but then one of the tendencies that you have mentioned is that people like to look for inspiration in the past, and then there would be, you know, generations of people would tell you, you know, I want my meat because meat is meat. Meat was meat when I was a little kid, and I want meat to be meat. Mindaugai.
I started in Lithuanian, so I will continue. Well, one thing is that alternative meat is coming closer. If we get back 5 to 7 years back, so, you know, vegetarians will eat this, and meat eaters or carnivores will eat this, you know. So it's not as important. But, you know, the products are coming closer by their taste properties. They are very similar, or they are all almost, well, compared to the alternative. When we were talking about those alternative protein, we are talking about niche products, under 5% of the market, I mean. And really ridiculous figures so far. Globally, that is coming, of course. And since we are talking about flavor and taste, so it has already come closer. And it really corresponds what you expect, you know. But it also, it has that, you know, don't need to grow an animal, to breed an animal. You don't need so much water to produce this alternative protein, and etc. And one thing that hasn't been touched upon today, and that is important, and I believe that is one of the key topics of the future of food. Somebody already mentioned this older generation about people aging and their choices. It does not necessarily relate to them, but functional foods is the new topic. Functional foods is something that is coming in, and that will be among the biggest trends. We talk a lot now about, let's say, Mediterranean diet that is good for your health and etc. A longer life, and you may enjoy many other benefits if you choose Mediterranean diet. But I believe that soon we will also have the situation when, let's say, if you know that you have certain health problems and you would use some, functional foods to help you get rid of those health problems. Let's say in Israel, they have a very simple app where you have to enter some data about your recent quality of sleep, and some basic health indicators. And finally, you get 6 options of diet recommendations some bars. 1 bar you eat before sleep, 1 bar you eat in the morning, and etc. And at the same time, it's not too individualized, too personalized, because we are all similar in a way. Yes, but we're always in a rush. We want, just to quench our basic hunger, our basic needs, to have a bar. Yes, okay. But we sometimes want to sit long on a dinner table to enjoy different flavors, etc. What about that? Well, I don't agree. If we talk about functional foods, it does not necessarily have to be a snack. It can also be a main course. And that is good for your health and heart, and that is good for your liver, and it also may contribute to your wellness. Less is more, I believe. Less salt, less sugar, but more of health, and less load on the healthcare system. Milda, what you agree? Yes, I believe that we need that. If we think about people who have diabetes, about people who have gluten intolerance, we definitely need a functional food for cancer, people with cancer. And we as an organization, AgriFood, we are looking for startups who would produce products for people like that. And there's quite a large group of consumers. How could you define functional foods? And is it in the initial stages? It is already developing. Could you tell us more? We have a startup that is developing a technology which ensures the same flavor of sugar, but adds much lower quantities of sugar. We also have startups who produce foods for people with diabetes. We were also looking for startups who would produce food for people with cancer. So we haven't found that yet. We work a little with EIT food. That is, maybe Professor can add something, but we haven't found a startup that would produce food for people with cancer. Maybe you can add something.
Businesses on people with different illnesses, how big of a trend that is in the part of the world you're from, Croatia?
Well, I mean, it's a huge thing because we all want to eat healthier. It doesn't have to be cancer, but people want to have a benefit from the food, not just to quench the hunger. I mean, most of the time we are busy and we cannot think about it. As you said, you just grab something and eat it. But then even the grabbing, we would like it to be helping us. But this is where the industry needs to come in and provide us this. As Professor said, it has to be convenient. It has to be next to where I work, next to kids go to school, things like this. But for sure, this functionality, this added value. I mean, more and more people realize that we are what we eat. but beyond that, life expectancy, illnesses, a lot is related to what we eat. And the huge issue I see in this relations is that we don't know what we eat. I mean, we believe the labels, we believe what's written there, but we don't know. And I personally believe that this is at some point is going to be a huge revolution in the whole food topic. When we get to a point where the consumer at the point of buying the food will be able to very exactly know what is there in that food, then it's going to change a lot. Because now you always hear about this, they found some pesticides in the food that are forbidden. They, found some meat that was frozen 6 times and it's 10 years old. I'm, exaggerating, but and you have no idea. There's this nice packaging and you believe ingredients perfect. No, you eat it and maybe you're poisoning yourself. So I'm hoping that at some point very soon the technology will be there that you could just okay, I test it at the point of sale. Yes, this is pure corn, nothing added to it, and it will, boost my immunity. Great, give me that, because then, the whole industry will have to change drastically.
But how about environmental labeling as a tendency that was mentioned by Milda as a very strong and big one? Do you think that will be something that will be a norm to Europeans very soon, where we will see carbon footprint, emissions, labeling, whatever? And
so what I see is, especially with the younger generations, they part of their culture is, on one hand we don't care, and on the other hand we care a lot. So we don't care is about the stuff maybe us as their parents or people that are older than us cared about. They don't care about it. They don't need to have a job that's for 20 years. They just need it now. They don't need to have an apartment they own. They can just live somewhere. They don't care. But saving the planet might be a big topic for these guys, and packaging that can be recycled. Don't drive it a lot. Just give me local because it will save the planet. For them, tends to be a big issue.
This environmental labeling, it's already happened in different sectors. Like if you enter into a supermarket for the cleaning suppliers, you will see this labeling that this product is not harmful for environmental. It will also happen in our sector. It will start probably with the certification of carbonization on the farms level. And we as the consumers, we would like to know, to get this information that this product is produced from this wheat. It's like regenerative agriculture was used to the product. So we as a consumers, we demand information, and this will be on the labeling. And it's a choice of consumer, which product we are going to buy.
how about no packaging for food? Because in sectors like, I don't know, shampoo and everything, it's more common to go to a shop with your own packaging, eco-friendly shop, whatever, and just
refill.
Get a refill. With food, it's not coming.
In some shops, you can come with the jar and fill the jar. You are coming with your packaging. It's already possible. Now there's a big question of the glass and the prices of the glass and this packaging. And the other tendency we see, the alternative plastic produced from different part of the, for example, different algs. We could produce the plastic, degradable plastic, or eatable packaging from oats. Those kind of tendencies in packaging we observe.
I would like to react and to comment a little. What is very important, and I believe that is highly meaningful when we speak about traceability. In industry, you already have traceability. If you have certain certificates, let's say, we have an ice cream factory, so we use cocoa. It has to be fair trade, and then where it's sourced, that children were not employed in all those farms, etc. So, with technological advancement, that should come to the consumer. The consumer should be able to check that, because in terms of packaging, there's a very simple problem. The packaging is what it is, and in my view, we have huge packages over the last decade. They have even grown bigger. You know, you have a huge package with a tiny product inside, but still. But we want to label this and that and that, if it's good for oceans or not. You know, it is impossible to put all the information on a tiny package. So that is the matter of technology. Another issue, the same, you know, this keyhole label, which does not really resolve the problem, because a tomato is already, you know, can mark a keyhole, but you know how it was grown, in pesticides were used or not in growing this tomato. That is another issue, and it, you know. It's not a matter of labeling only. So we need to understand that, yes, technologies alongside with food, we also have to have this technological breakthrough, which is somewhere close to us, and then we'll have a very good synergy, a very good advanced solution. And about those refillable shampoos and everything that you mentioned, that is a very welcome, and that is very welcome for everything that is not food. And I would buy, I would get shampoo refills and would teach my children to do that when we'll have this possibility. I don't see this possibility so far close to me. Maybe you see. Well, there is a one shop in Vilnius. Unfortunately, in Kaunas, I don't think it would be very sustainable to come from Kaunas to Vilnius to fill my shampoo bottle. But in the city, the key moment is food safety. Food safety, it is very important not to playing sustainable, you know, because when you feel sick and will be hospitalized, that food safety is a key issue. That is the shelf life, and there are numerous issues, you know, best before or best until, and you know. So there are small issues that we need to resolve before we address this food waste problem. But packaging issues, having in mind the density, so yes, we may result in various pandemics then, because it would seem that we are addressing one problem, but will result in other problems. As a representative of industry, can you tell us that, you know, if the product is best before, but in between the lines, I can hear that you can consume. Yes. So there are two. It is best before, and it is best before. We as consumers, we understand that you need to throw it away. But in reality, that is a good product that you can consume. So these are the matters of legislation. I think we should not have that, you know, best before. I think I've seen it on Facebook when a product who was dug in soil for the product that sold, which has been under the earth for 15,000 years, it has a shelf life of 48 months. You know, so it's ridiculous. There are many issues that we still have to improve before we eat the mincemeat and the packaging. Yes, industry, we are working, and consumers are pushing us. That is not maybe the key issue, but you know, there are various issues in various categories. Okay, I have a question to Yeva, and I would like us to go back to our topic. Mattia mentioned that young people care more about environment, about sustainability, and etc. And they care, and they want to save the planet, and they care about everything that is not food waste, that is sustainable food, and etc. Yeva, does your survey show this, that there is this generational gap? Or maybe regional differences, you know, let's say in Northern Europe, people tend to follow one trends, and in Southern Europe, they follow different trends. And then, yeah, but what do you see in your surveys? As for environmental labels, I cannot comment much because our surveys did not really deal with that. But I think that is important for people because there is a large number of people who, you know, refuse certain products due to environmental causes. So I believe there are some, you know, interim groups as well. So people who take care of environment, who care about environment. So, you know, as for labeling and this keyhole label, so we will still have several labels, and we'll still have different food products, and then we'll have to find new systems. As for surveys, so the nutrition of Lithuanians and what we see, Lithuanians consume a lot of fat, much more fat than it is recommended, and salt. But can you see the differences, let's say rural areas or urban areas and etc.? Do you see any differences? Yes. There are certain differences. Some are more statistically reliable, the others are less reliable. But when we speak about novel foods, so that we could progress, so we need to take into account such a things as food reformulation. And we have to do this little by little. Professor in his presentation said that people really want traditional food, the food that they are used to. But I think, let's say, something that we had 20 years in the past, and we compare those products 20 years back and now, they would differ. We would have high amounts of fat, salt, and sugar nowadays. So I think that would be an encouragement to the industry to change it little by little. Maybe we cannot change, all the products right away, but we can take little steps in cutting the amounts of salt, sugar, and fat, because otherwise the consumers would say, oh, it doesn't taste good anymore, and I don't want it.
I would like to touch upon two aspects. First of all, why do people in Scandinavian countries are not so concerned with all those E's on their labels? Because people are educated. And it's not about the food industry. It's the state that should prioritize education. We are trying to enforce things, but why don't we educate a child? When we met a colleague in Finland, we were really surprised that they understand that you can label an apple with five E's, but it's important what do these five E's stand for. I don't want to politicize too much here, but with the previous government, with the Ministry of Health, we had an agreement where food industries would undertake an initiative to voluntarily reduce the number of fats and salt. And my Cadene fabrics reduced those ingredients by 30% voluntarily. We just need to sit down and talk to each other. And for us to put less of something, it's no problem. Sometimes you will even reduce the self-cost. So we just have to sit and speak about it.
Or the world, are there parts of Europe where people, as our speakers are saying, are more educated and they don't even understand when you start talking about like which supplements that start with the letter E are less harmful than the others because they've been learning about that since the very early days. Are there divisions in Europe in terms of how people accept food?
I think there are major differences, mostly on national levels. Indeed, as Mindaugas mentioned, they could be linked to also government policies and educational systems. I'm not in a position to specifically analyze individual countries, but also trying to draw on some perspectives also coming from Poland. I remember huge debates and strong opposition coming from the Polish food production sector against some of the government initiatives that were aimed at reducing the sugar contents in products. For several years, we've heard from companies that it's not doable, that it's definitely not possible, that it's even not healthy for consumers. And then when the sugar tax was introduced, suddenly all companies adjusted and the products did not end up being far more expensive. Right now in Poland, we have the same type of debates about recyclability of plastic packaging of certain food products. So again, industry is strongly lobbying against the regulations, but I would assume that 2 or 3 years from now, everybody will just get over with this. But maybe when we try to think about some tendencies here during the discussion, we might be sometimes blurring the boundaries between what consumers want and what the industry has. Like, for example, the topic of traceability or even the labeling. Only small subset of consumers is fully aware of the benefits. So when you have consumer panels, sometimes they don't even mention those topics. So think about this. Another interesting tendency, we tend to talk a lot about food that could become sort of medicine. So the hope in functional foods. But what really happens in a number of countries is that people are swallowing handfuls of pills, so dietary supplements, but when they purchase food products, they are not looking for functional foods. Even, there are many studies which show that consumers are afraid of functional foods because they are puzzled with formulations, that they prefer something they consider traditional, and yet they would supplement this by swallowing some pills. So the markets are far more complex than we could imagine.
We have some very good questions, and I'll go straight to them. From a customer's perspective, why should I choose alternative sustainably grown food products when regular food is much cheaper? From your view, do you know any examples of when sustainability is a worse thing than a good thing? Mattia, I think you haven't spoken for a while.
I think it's a good one because it's I think a very big topic for the industry is this finesse, because a consumer would want, they like, it would be this holy product that does everything, but then at the end they need to pay for all the benefits, all the work that needs to be done, all the ingredients that need to put in, and then there is this balance that I guess the industry needs to find, is what actually consumer is willing to pay. Because I mean, it's nice if you have two products the same price and this one has more benefits, for sure you're going to go for that one bit more benefits. But what if it's €1 more or 2 or 3, and then then there is a problem to solve for the industry, for sure, because what we see now in a lot of research that's been done is, especially in the times of crisis like this, people searching for value, discounts, bigger packaging for the same money, some points to collect or something. Of course, it's not all the same, but that's the trends. That's what's happening, and then this is a big topic for the industry to handle and to find the balance when the consumer is willing to pay for something, or when it can be added to actually make sense on a business level. Because if it doesn't make sense on a business level, then it's not sustainable. If it's not sustainable, no food.
Milda, would you have anything to add to that?
What we're aiming is to give the access to the food, healthy food, produced in a sustainable way, but we are not forcing people to switch to the plant-based meat. No, we are giving them choice. And at the same time, we, as an organization, we would like to have this dialogue with consumers to involve them in the whole process of putting innovation in the market. Any innovation will not happen without having people on board. So, and I don't see basically differences between, when I'm entering to buy the sandwich in one of the coffee shops, like options of sandwich. And there's meat sandwich and plant-based sandwich, and the price is the same. And it's up to me which sandwich I will buy and I will eat. It's up to me.
Lithuania, like many European countries, has one of the highest cardiovascular disease rates, and obesity is on the rise as well. How do Eastern European countries trend towards plant-based whole foods, similar to Mediterranean diet, which has proven to be one of the healthiest as well as affordable? Who would like to take that one? How do Eastern European countries trend toward plant-based whole foods? Mindaugai.
Matot, ta prasme, čia nežinau, ar visai mum tas klausimas čia labai.
I'm not sure if this is a question to us. It's about a state having a holistic approach to life, basically. How much do we spend for healthcare? It's about resources too. I don't think this question is actually for us to answer. On the other hand, people who have traveled, who have seen a lot, young people, and I understand that accessibility to some products will be smaller. But what I'm saying is that, first of all, it's about education, and second, it's about the young generation. Probably they will be the first one to be educated, and then they will educate their parents. Okay, we have a few more questions.
Hygiene issues if single-serve packaging is replaced by refillable packaging. Who will take responsibility for bacterial risk and control? Ieva.
We should look at specific products, and we should speak about specific products and how they should be regulated. For example, there is such a product as a bread. We can put it in a bag. It can be packed. It can come in a packaging. So we should just discuss what can we do. What can we put into our package? Maybe we can use jars. Maybe we can bring our own multiple-use bags, and then move on from here. Do you have any questions in the audience? Okay, I see one hand. Please introduce yourself, and what is it that you want to ask? Hello. My question is about customers' habits. There are lots of products, functional products, protein products, and so on. But as Mindaugas said, if habits are not developed, are not formed, then there is no meaning. But my question is it possible to shape certain habits? What's your opinion? When we speak about sugar and salt, it's about habits. But we have a source of protein like insects. And we live in a classical society, and to make a step over this barrier is rather difficult. Do you think it's actually possible, or should we be limited to the things that we are used to? Do you mean, is it possible to completely change your habits, right? Is it possible to start consuming something that we're not used to completely, that we don't maybe like, but what is really environment friendly? For example, insects. How should this habit formation take place? Is it possible at all?
I think it is, but we just need to look a bit in the history. So there's now a lot that we eat that was not eaten before, and it was new. But what I think is that it needs to appeal to people, not just we will save the planet, give me some grasshopper. But does it taste okay? Is it convenient? If we make it like this, then I believe it's going to be easy sell. If we are selling it as no, this is a burger that will save the world. It's not meat, but it's nice. But it's not meat, but it's nice. Then
But what is the attractive way to sell the grasshopper?
You put it. I've eaten chocolate ants. I mean, it's nice, sweet, no problem. You don't. So we say it's alternative protein. Just put it into something that protein needs to be used in, and kind of the flavoring, the packaging does not reflect the grasshoppers, because people are not gonna go for grasshoppers. They're gonna go for protein for the muscles or for I don't know what. In that way, it's easier. I mean, it's not easy, but it's easier
Is it possible to change our habits and start consuming things that were not so common to us for centuries? Krzysztof, you said that people like to look at the past, and my immediate answer would be no, but then maybe you've got a different one.
Well, for sure, it's possible to change habits. I would always start by asking why we want to do it. But if we have good reasons, for example, animal welfare, then there could be way forward. And in innovation management, you have a number of models and techniques that could be used to convince consumers to change the habits. But of course, it's not going to function when you just have individual company doing this. That there should be concentrated effort. When you think about, for example, insect-based proteins, I'm not sure if this is the answer to all of the problems of our Earth, but if assuming that you wanted to make sure that consumers start eating insects, then the government would have to intervene. The government would have to phase out certain support schemes for meat producers, and at the same time, promotional campaigns would need to target consumers, outlining relative advantages and benefits of consuming this type of a product.
Evoliucija, žinokit, visada geriau negu revoliucija.
Evolution is always better than revolution. So from the evolution perspective, and we can go back to the beginning, what Professor said, future is in the past. We shouldn't be forcing anyone to eat insects. Look at Asia, with the highest density of people, they can eat insects. And this is where industrial effort should be directed. For them to change nutrition to plant-based protein. But here in Lithuania, we eat vegetables. We haven't seen some of them, but before the potatoes, we ate beetroots, parsnip. We don't need to eat insects in this part of the world. Okay, what else? What other advice can you give to us? What should we do in our kitchen in order to be in trend for future food? Okay, we have to reconsider parsnip. And I have the same question to you. Sometimes we go to a shop and we buy something that we need. And we should limit ourselves to whatever we need, but not more. We shouldn't waste food. I'm not going to be original here. Eat a couple of vegetables every day, or discover a new vegetable, as Mindaugas said. Have a look at parsnip. Maybe there are some other vegetables that you haven't used. Try, and maybe you like it. Every day you should eat a vegetable or a couple of vegetables. Yes, and eat an apple a day, as the Anglo-Saxon proverb says.
This is a naturally grown product here, and that will always be useful. But that's just a joke. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you for this discussion. I hope that everybody has heard something interesting. We will now break, I think, and then we'll meet again in the hall number 1. And let's give a big round of applause to all of the speakers. Thank you so much.
Ačiū.
Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, I'm super happy to see you here in the most remarkable, the most amazing sessions of today's conference. When I learned about this session that is purely dedicated for the European Digital Innovation Hubs, opportunities, collaboration, expectations, I instantly, let me confess, became really emotional. And I said to my wife, my dear, I'm quitting my holidays that I'm in, and I have to attend to the family. so my kids screaming at home, but nevertheless, I said I have to be here to welcome dear colleagues of the network, of EDIG network here. I found you here, having a good time in the presentations that we delivered today, but also I would like so much welcome you here in this particular dedicated session on the new emerging phenomena that we are jointly witnessing. And yes, shortly about me, I'm Mantas Ulis. I'm a head of the Lithuanian Innovation Center, a specific innovation support institution here in Lithuania, but I'm also not perfect. I'm also the coordinator of the European Digital Innovation Hub, the most beautiful from Lithuania. And yes, I was the one working day and night to put forward the proposal. Do you remember? The February 22nd, 5 p.m., the deadline. Even though it meant little, nevertheless, we were already working together in the consortium. We were having a number of events, number of, innovation and digital support services for the companies, even before that deadline. But the phenomena of European Digital Innovation Hub just brought us closer together, helped us to overthink the goals, the impact that we deliver daily, and maybe to even promise to ourselves, but also to our clients, to deliver extra, to deliver more impact. And that was the starting point of our most beautiful European Digital Innovation Hub in Lithuania. We have a particular focus on AgriFood, yes, but same as on energy and industry. So that's the three application areas, I would say, for the deployment of the most radical, but also the most incremental digital solutions. And even though we were working, as I mentioned, together in the consortium of 8, that's a modern family, I would say, the family of 8 in Lithuanian European Digital Innovation Hub. So we have 2 universities, Vytautas Magnus University, Lithuanian Energy Institute. We have the biggest confederation of industrialists also in the family. Also, we have 3 digital innovation hubs, so AgriFood Lithuania, Smart Energy Dig, and Photonics or lasers. So all of them merging into this new initiative, and same as AgriFood Innovation Powerhouse, Art21. So all this family joining the forces for the really ambitious goals. And where I'm going with this, because when we started the new initiative, when we sit down saying that, can we do more? Can we deliver more for our Lithuanian SMEs? And at the end of the day, we said, yes, we can. And now in 3 years, we are aiming to deliver more than 5,000 service packages to the Lithuanian companies or clients. We are going to work with more than 3,000 different clients from our region, western and central part of Lithuania. And that was only the starting point, but we also aim high when we talk about the impact, because for us, EDIG is not only about the process, but it's also about the impact. And with this note, we promised to deliver more than 250 million of investments triggered by our services. Why I think that this is a crucial turning point for the not only Lithuanian but also to European SMEs embracing the digital agenda is that this situation that we notice now, after talking with the companies, after getting into the shoes of the companies, what we clearly learn every day, that the companies are drowning in the sea of information, thirsting for knowledge. And what I meant by this is that in our consortium, we try to develop a novel concept of the key account management, like a specific support that surrounds the company from all other aspects, not only the technology, but also managerial, soft support, marketing, international collaboration, and so on. So we try to support and surround the companies with the concept of the holistic innovation and digital transformation support, binding everything with the interactive set of digital support services. By this, I mean testing before investing, checking the feasibility of different funding options, and so on. We kind of even consider sometimes ourselves as being a family doctor for the digital transformation of the company, because company can take many drugs, I mean, financial measures, financial support things, events and other things, but not always all drugs are same effective for not, I'm not telling the disease, but the challenges that the company are facing. And sometimes some drugs can even be harmful. So we took, the ambitious goal to be an impartial advisor for the companies to care for them for their journey. And after this tremendous job that we did building this consortium, we feel already that we already, delivering to the results, to expected goals. And we started this initiative, one of the first in Europe. We were the first one, almost among the first ones to sign the contract with the Commission, and we were definitely the first ones to spend the pre-financing, that's for sure. So I'm super happy to welcome, partners in crime, other EDIs here in Vilnius, in Lithuania. I'm super happy to chat with you on the peculiarities of this action, on the approaches that you took, on the opportunities that you are going to explore. And as being also a small fire starter to the session, I would like to ask, and maybe you can reflect during your presentation, during your intervention, during the session, how you are going to handle this contradiction, being IDEH, serving to the clients that need deep tech radical support versus incremental and daily small kind of intervention support that they need. So having same clients, deep tech companies versus incremental transformation companies, this dilemma of depth versus width, that probably is in front of us all. So any views, any concepts that you have in mind to address these two worlds of state of the art, but also incremental and big economic impact area. So please share your thoughts, and I'm super happy to have you here. I would like to invite Mr. Grigoris to be the main chef of this really wonderful dish. And please, the stage is yours. Thank you so much. And I'm hoping to see you around, not only during the session, I will be here, but also during the networking part. And I would like to chat with you on all these things. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mantas, for the introduction. Thanks to the organizers for having us here. It's really great to be again in Vilnius and to see the progress. So, what are we talking about today? I can already see in my slide here. We are talking about expectation and opportunities for collaboration among like-minded people. We're in the business of connecting the dots. Unfortunately, somebody told us that we can only connect the dots backwards. I'm not agreeing 100%, but let's try to do it. Let's try to connect the dots backwards. This is Kilkenny. In Kilkenny, we wanted to build a coral reef. In Kilkenny, for the first time, we tried to conceptualize what is a digital innovation hub in the agri-food sector, what we want to achieve, what are the risks. If you remember, the main question of the meeting is, so I'm going to be in the same space with my competitors. How is this going to work? How can I trust them? How can I feel that we're going to move forward? And that's why we're trying to explain that although there is hunters and prey, although there is big fish and small fish, everybody likes to be in the system exactly because they know they're better off inside than outside. And this is the example from natural sciences of the coral reef. That's why we're trying to explain this term to the stakeholders. Things change. This was Kilkenny, 2017, George. The world has changed since then. We had the pandemic. We have now the invasion to Ukraine. Let's try to come a little bit closer. Let's try to come to 2020. That was the AgriFood Forum in Lithuania, online one. How many of you attended? Okay, I must admit it was very well organized. It was excellent speakers, excellent topics, but it was missing the human contact, so it was not as pleasant as this one. In this email, in this time, we had already matured in our minds what an ED should be doing. Smart Agri-Hubs project has started. The agri-food sector had started to conceptualize services, needs, and everything. And in my presentation, I used this smiling gentleman here. He's, by the way, Mark Andreessen. He's one of the best investors in Silicon Valley, the guy who invested early enough on Skype, on Facebook, on Pinterest, on all the big applications that you know. And right after the first wave of the pandemic, he came with one famous manifesto that I encourage you all to read it, asking people to go back and build. So we knew already what will be the main functions of the digital innovation hubs: to help other people to build things with technologies, to teach other people how to build the technologies, but also to take care of the people who are building, the startups, the small and medium enterprises, the big corporates, all the ecosystem. So, since we are in the business of connecting the dots, I would like to invite some of important dots to sit with me in the table. These are all my friends. These are people that we like to do stuff together, but it's also a professional meeting. So let me start. Orzi from Hungary. Lucas from Poland. Lucas. Daniel, Slovenia. Simon, Netherlands. And of course, our host, Augustus. Please join us.
No, it's okay.
Please, feel free. Sit wherever you like.
Okay.
So, let me explain a little bit the rules of the game. We don't have too much time and we have quite a few questions. In fact, we have 7 questions and a little bit time later on. I will ask you to be concise and to the point and try to add on the previous statements. We are starting now with the first question. So the question is, did we really manage to connect the dots all these years? Do we feel that our ecosystem is unified? Do we feel that our ecosystem, the flow of information and the flow of opportunities within our ecosystem is effective? Do we still have white spots? What are the things that we can improve?
I will start because today I spoke with George Beers about this aspect, and we see that the SAG ecosystem SAG project was a game changer. We see that we see all of the capabilities what we already have after this project, but we still know that the COVID was a disaster for us because these dots could be connected more during this time, because we have so less person-to-person meetings, and we see that this is something what we have missed, but it was not our fault. This is something what's happened, and we need to live with that. We still have some white places on the map, but this is something what we define. So we need to work on that and be capable to close that white spaces by our dots.
How? Anybody wants to discuss a little bit on the how? How can we fill in the gaps? How can we close the white spaces? Simon.
Well, first, I think it's impossible to see to connect all the dots at once, because we are working in an ecosystem, and an ecosystem constantly evolves. So players go away and new players arrive. And the only thing we can manage to keep in touch with new ones is to have meetings like this, to talk a lot to each other, to be open, and to invite people to connect with us. So we have to reach out, but also we have to have a very open setting. And that's something that I think we have managed by now. So we have created this ecosystem approach together where we can invite people to join us and to spot new players arising.
Please.
Today before, on the lunch break, I was giving the interview to one of the media channels, and a lady asked me the question, how do you think whether we are all of us already interconnected enough? Because I was talking about that during my keynote, and I said no. So if to answer your question, did we connect all the dots? My answer would be no, and on really pragmatical way. Because even though now in the whole, okay, despite the whole, we all together, we are working in many different initiatives and the projects, all of us together. But what if the day will come and we all agree that it's enough and we've done enough? There is no going to be strive forward. So I mean, to answer your questions, are we done already enough, and did we achieve the success? We always need to say no, and we can always improve and do better than we are doing today. So no.
Yes.
Please.
Yes, I would definitely agree to that. The answer is no, definitely. But we need to take a broader perspective on the issue of digital transformation, right? What we are solving is a problem of environmental changes. We have a big problem with food loss and waste and so on. Europe is fragmented. So we are not, if we are speaking about for agriculture or agri-food in Balkan region, it's totally different than in the northern regions and so on. So, and the digital transformation is about not leaving anybody behind. So we still need a lot to do in the future.
You have said so many wise things, so I will just add one small message that my understanding is that we are all coming from different ecosystems, different countries, so maybe the white spots may be different. So a white spot for me is not the same as for gentlemen around the table here. My white spot is, and I'm representing a relatively small organization, and at this level and the same size organization struggle with connecting to the public sector, and so I would be happy to learn from others how to get how to be able to get closer to them, and but others maybe struggle with other white spots.
Perfect. So, yes, please.
If I may add, I think that the main advice that Augustus is giving as well is we cannot afford to be lazy. So yes, we are on the right track. We are getting there, but if we know all players today, we will not know them tomorrow. So we cannot sit back comfortably and say, okay, well, we've done our job, it's done.
It's clearly that I see lots of consensus, let's say, among the group that obviously our system will evolve, our food system will change, hence the ecosystem will change, and the dots will become more and scattered in different places and so on. It's good that we have this consensus, but now I want to make a social experiment. So, we consider that we are like-minded people and we have common agendas. I would like to ask you all to take 1 minute separately, write down your name and the first 3 strategic priorities, the most important for your DIH, but without communicating to the others. It's like a test in this high school. And let's see what will come out of this. Please.
Thank you.
And here you go. So let's see what we can manage in 1 minute. The purpose of this assignment is the following. Let's see really how common we are, what are our plans in the future, and see if we can bring them together. One suggestion from my side, try to avoid too much Brussels jargon in this assignment. Try to speak from your mind. Let's see. Okay, let's see who will finish first. It means that they know that they have the strategy in better condition. Time is running. I don't want to act like a professor to tell you to leave your pencil on the desk. Okay. Best student goes to.
Yeah, but you will not read it out. It's impossible. I'm like a doctor.
You can keep those actually. They come from the organization. They're not mine.
Lithuanian.
Okay.
That would be cool. I told you it's impossible to read it.
No. I can read it. I can read it.
Whoops.
My mother was a medical doctor. I know how to read very bad writings.
Fine.
We should write in English?
Oh, I wrote in Hungarian.
Okay.
Grigoris.
That's
Perfect.
Hungarian. Slovenian, amazing.
Okay. Fantastic. You see the difference, By knowing all of you, I can tell the difference from the background. Let's pick up some very, very, very common topic. Access to finance and investments. We have a separate request for that. But this is something that all of you somehow have touched. All of you consider as top strategic priority. How can we bring investment to the people who need it, to the people who can make changes, to the startups, to the roots initiatives, etc. Access to infrastructure. How can we connect our infrastructure? How can we promote the infrastructure further? This is also a topic of the agenda. My question now towards you is, which of your strategic priorities you think you need the others? Simon, access to finance, get basics done, and create energy. These are, I like the term, but how can you take advantage of the knowledge, of the networks, of the energy of the others to achieve those strategic targets?
I think starting with the last one, the energy is something you can easily create by using good examples from other countries. It's always hard to start in your own region, in your own country, if you don't have good examples that you can show to other companies. So it's, in my opinion, quite easy to build upon the good examples that are already there in other countries, and we can give our energy back to them as well.
Augustus. When we're talking about becoming useful to the network, which is a very noble cause by its own.
No, it's not actually.
Please elaborate.
You know me many years, and you know that I'm pretty much selfish. But in order to achieve something, you need firstly to give something back. And even yesterday, we had the discussion that by coming to the ecosystem, to the society, and asking something to get, without giving back forward, it doesn't work like this, and it doesn't make sense. So I think that as more my network will be useful to other ones, then the time will come when I will be able to exploit others' help, assistance, and blending in somewhere broader and deeper than I cannot do it by myself, but only showing the good example at the beginning. So to get some trust and to get into the same agenda. So good jobs, but because of selfishness.
Point taken. I think that the motivation is very important. We should not see this collaboration as, let's say, a volunteers network like saving wildlife or whatever. This is a network of people who have interests, legitimate and known interests to the others. I think this is a good point to take into account. EU partnerships. Daniel, you've been trying to put one region of Slovenia into the map of Europe, and it's not the capital, it's not the most known one, which holds lots of challenges. How do you think that your local ecosystem can benefit from such a network, and do you already have concrete examples of that?
Wow, that's a good question, and I really like to respond on that because our background is a difficult one. We are living in a small country where if you put all the effort, all the assets together, we are barely competitive to some of the big organizations like or universities around Europe. So what we need to do is to collaborate and put all the assets together in order to be seen on the European level. So we have tried to also sell this idea through our digital innovation hub, and of course creating a network which goes even beyond the border. So and for now it took some time because you have to break a lot of stereotypes, but I think that we are achieving that quite successfully.
Thank you very much, Orsi. You mentioned the cross-sectorial collaboration a lot, which makes a lot of sense because representing an IT cluster, you are obliged to work with all the sectors of economy to offer them services. And this becomes more important, but I think that we need to think of a different analytical framework with this respect. What is your opinion about the digital transformation chances through your EDIH for the agri-food sector in Hungary? Through your EDIH, to your digital innovation hub for the food sector in Hungary?
So I think as in Hungary, I think in other countries, this is AgriFood is a little bit conservative. Some parts, the majority of the actors there are a little bit conservative, and they have to be convinced that there is something for them in digitalization, and they have to take care about. They have to listen, and they they can't just focus on their own stuff, on or working in the fields on with the animals. I'm talking about this in a positive way, but sometimes they say, oh no, there's technology is not. We have our own agro technology, but digital technology is not for us. It's just an additional app, and so leave me work. And why I mentioned this cross-sectorial thing is that we have now achieved very good examples of this, and I 100% agree with Simon that we have to have good examples, and we already have very good examples, and we show these examples already. Developed, done, and validated examples of technology transfer in agri-food and food processing industry to these to actors of this industry, real companies or existing SMEs. So it's not just stories that I'm telling, but they exist. They are validated. So these examples are convincing for the conservatives as well. So okay, that dairy production company is working with OE system. So maybe this will work for me, because if it's shown via an automotive example, they will not think that there's something for them. So I really think that these kind of examples, cross-sectorial cooperation are very valuable.
Thank you so much. I think that it explains a little bit also the evolution of our perception. When I got into this business just a few years ago, the discussion was about agricultural engineering and agronomy, food engineering, and all the other islands of knowledge. Today we're talking about food systems, and we're including all into that. So the evolution, I think, proves that cross-sectorial collaboration is necessity these days. Lucas, I'm aware that your ED is based on very, very strong technological infrastructure. And I know you have a special feeling for technological infrastructure yourself. How do you imagine collaborating with the other DIGs at this level? How can you benefit from the technological infrastructure that exists in Netherlands, Lithuania, in Hungary, in Slovenia, and vice versa? What are you ready to offer to them as becoming useful to the ecosystem, as Augustus mentioned?
Okay, this is a very challenging question and challenging task to do. We see that soon we will start with the agri-food testing and testing facilities in TEF program, but we see constantly looking for the cooperation with other EDICs, other competence centers to look for the best quality services. We couldn't manage all of the services for our companies or from companies from Europe. That this is important to have this kind of network of services and trust between the partners that they provide the quality service on the level what we need from them.
Perfect. I have to add as an information to the audience, while the colleagues were speaking, I did a little bit of analysis of what everybody responded. The news is that with the exception of Simon's priority to create energy, all the rest priorities are common among you in different wordings. You care about the same things. You prioritize the same things. This at least means that we are on the same direction, but Europe likes to sometimes we say that our strong point is our diversity, our benefits. Some others say that due to fragmentation, we're losing it. What's your take on that? Can we really benefit from our differences? Is this diversity, is it a unique selling point of Europe? In the food sector, many people believe it is. The performance of the European food sector is exceptional exactly because of this diversity. How can we tackle fragmentation, though? How can we tackle the small player syndrome that exists very often in Europe? I will start with you, Lucas, this time.
Okay, I think our differences are beautiful and attractive for the different sector, different part of the Europe, different local arrangements what we have with our partners. And if we sometimes someone goes to large partner because now their capabilities are stronger, but sometimes their attitude of the large one is not that familiar with the thoughts of small companies. Maybe sometimes they are looking for the smaller partner, more close, more familiar, and more, let's say, family oriented with relations. So this is something what is very crucial and very important to know your partner, to have information how to work with him, how to speak with him. Of course, if you need someone for the providing the service or providing the several services, of course you have a partner in the network. Maybe someone larger, maybe someone smaller, but it's important to know each other and combine the information, standardize the information between us to see which of our partners could be achievable, time, I would say, available at the moment when we have a client, and provide a service as soon as possible. So this is very important.
So, know your partner, they say. Orsi, what's your take on this?
I absolutely think that we can benefit from our differences, and we have to we have to invest in time and in money, in energy to go to each other, to meet new people and learn from from our differences, because it can be very refreshing to learn that the differences can work about that very different ways of they made their very different ways of working and living and seeing the world. And the other question was that is it if it's a bottleneck or unique selling point that we are very diverse. It can be both. I think that when it can also be a little bit bottleneck, but I think that we have to work on overcoming it. So it can be a wall that we got there, and it's that we can't go further, but we have to learn to overcome it. Yes, and it can also be a unique selling point, but you have mentioned it, and yeah, and it and on the what I see, what I how I see our differences, it's a starting point for a continuous learning curve for a human being.
So you also agree with the motto of Lucas that the main thing is know your partners, KIP instead of KIC. Great. I grew up, I think many of us grew up with the idea that we are creating a common European market. I don't know if you remember the times that European Union was established, that was the message. Is it one market, Daniel? Is it one? And the fragmentation exists. What is the strategy, a good strategy for small ecosystems, for small players to overcome the fragmentation?
Well, first of all, I would start with this question. I see diversity as a unique selling point, but only if we are smart. I mean, it can turn out the other way around as well. And there are, of course, many markets. The fragmentation is not only negative, but in terms of digital transformation and sustainability of food systems, of course, we need to be very careful because no one should be left behind. We need to take care of for instance, I would take a case of farmers in Slovenia, for instance, because we have very big number of small farmers and a few big farmers which are of course digitized and they are using the top technologies and so on. But we are mostly focused on small farmers which also need to take part. Otherwise, we will not get there, and the fragmentation will become even bigger. So it's a challenging point. It's not a straight answer. We need to be careful, and we need to be smart how we are dealing with diversity, how we are dealing with digital divide, and so many things.
Augustus, I know that you've been working in the United States at one point with one of your companies.
Happened by accident.
How do you see the difference? Apart from answering the questions, I would like you to give us a little bit the flavor. Do you believe that our counterparts in the other side of the Atlantic, they have a very clear advantage because of the lack of fermentation?
Okay, you're changing the music, but the answer is going to be the same, right? So when we are talking about the diversity, I will get back to the comparison to the states, but when you ask like, so diversity is bad or good, wrong, right? I would ask yourself, because you were talking about the coral reef, right? So what's the most beautiful thing about the coral reef? Diversity of different fishes, of different plants, of different corals. I mean, this is what makes it beautiful, because I'm not sure how keen you are in the diving. I would say most probably not, knowing your sport enthusiasm and those things. But like, not to go deep there, I've seen how the dyed coral reef looks like without the fishes, without the colors. It's about nothing. It's just a piece of rock in a way. So when we are talking that, so we are different, is it good or bad? Of course it's good, because it makes us stronger. I'm challenging me myself not to question. Yes, to know the partner is very important, but also to understand how to exploit each of us because of the difference. And on the basis on which I can collaborate, and I do collaborate with Lucas, it will not fit Simon, or vice versa. I mean, by knowing deeply, we can understand how to exploit. Now, going to the States, at the beginning for them, everything is easier because they are kind of aligned and more standardized. Even though, of course, there are many differences in the states, in between the states, and this and that. But what I love about the Europe, we are slower at the beginning because of different cultures, different mentalities, different characters. But once everyone in Europe gets the point and the idea, we are becoming very aggressive and very fast. So that would be the comparison. They are faster at the beginning. We are slower, but overwhelming them at the very end.
If we all believe that digital transformation and innovation is a marathon rather than 100 meters race, I think we're on a good track with your comment. Simon, what do you think?
It's kind of hard to add something to what has been already said, but I think the differences and diversity are the only reason that we exist. If I look at myself, but probably if you look at yourself as well, the person who is most alike you is not the person you want to collaborate with. So it's always nicer to learn and to look in someone else's kitchen to see how they do it, because if they are doing the exact same thing as you are doing, you're going to challenge everything they do different from you, instead of really looking on why are they doing this. But if you, for instance, if you're in crop farming and you go to a cattle farm and they do stuff, you're like, how can I translate this to my situation? So it's much more easier to learn from it. And the same goes for us as hubs as well. If we all would do the exact same in the exact same way, and we could provide the same services to companies in each other's countries as well, we wouldn't be here. But it's just because we do stuff a little bit different. That's why we need each other and why we can really help each other.
Great. So from this question, I take a couple of strong points. One is that we need to know our partners. If we invest in that, it will pay off. And the other one is once we get all on the same pace, then the force is really has a transformation power. Please.
May I add something? Because competition may be good, may be bad. But if we see that our differences are showing our clients that they choose what is most important for them, and they have diversity on the market. They choose any ED what they want in whole Europe. So this is something what is beneficiary also. We need to think about our clients. So they need to choose. We only giving them the perspectives and some solutions.
Perfect. I will now move to what has been mentioned in your notes, but also what is the discussion normal. I don't think you will find one event about the digital transformation of agriculture in the world that the people will not say we need more money. But do we agree with that? Is it really a money issue? Do we believe that when a few years ago we were talking about a funding gap in agri-food innovation, that there is not enough money, that the money goes to other sectors? We were talking about the difficulties to mobilize the private sector into the game. And today there are so many funding opportunities. So I would like to ask Simon, do you really believe that we're lacking money in this process as we speak today?
It is a money issue, but it's not a lack of money. It's the way we structured it, that it's very hard to get to the money. And that's really a problem. So I think where years ago there was a money gap because there was no money, now, like you said, we have a lot of funds, a lot of opportunities. But even looking at European money, it takes a long time before you can get to it. So it's starting to think about an idea now, and maybe in 1.5 years you can start your project. And for most companies, if they have an idea, they want to start today, maybe next week, if it's really necessary, next month. So we need to work on mobilizing the money more easy to companies.
Augustus, do you think that we are aware of all the funding opportunities? And what about the rest of the questions? How do you
I'm
feel?
just looking at the timer, so I'm thinking whether I will finish within 32 minutes or no. You tackled the wrong guy talking about this topic. If to be serious, so firstly, you've been last year here in the AgriFood Forum, and when I was doing the keynote, I was comparing the venture capital investments to the agri-food sector by having two time frames. One is 2010 to 2020. Other one is the like 3/4 of 2021. So not full year if to compare with the decade. And within those 3/4, the agri-food industry in general, taking the statistics from the States and EU, got more money than per a decade. Talking about venture private capital. So now I wouldn't say that the money is an issue. I would say that the smart money is an issue because two examples, just two, and then I'm shutting up. So one is, that I do co-investments as a business angel with the venture capital funds, right? And I do that for the past 7 years, and mostly I operate with the Baltic state funds. Never in my life, within those 7 years, none of the funds were talking about technologies or disruptive technologies or deep tech dedicated for the agri-food before the 2021. And now everyone started to call me and ask, what do you think about this and that? And I'm saying, listen, you have no understanding at all about the industry because you were not focusing on that never in your life. And now everywhere where it's mentioned agri, food, tech, supply chain, blockchain, whatever, they're starting to throw the money because it's popular, it's buzz. Wrong. It's funds are burning money and kind of people like me money. It's not public, it's not printed. Someone, worked hard to earn them and now it's being burned. So this is one thing. Another one is that all those initiatives who are, financing different kind of technology developers, it's even, I would say, as you're saying that it's difficult to take the money, I would say it's too easy to take the money because if relative thing, but sometimes if you know how to write and you are writing in sexy way, attractive way, you are getting the funds, not delivering at the end to the market. These people supposed to be punished. I don't know, put in jail or something like. You cannot take the
modern
money
economists have other ways to punish people. But
now I'm shutting up.
I take your point, Daniel.
Yeah.
Your take on that?
Yes, I would agree to most of it. Of course, since my colleagues were maybe referring more to innovative sector like SME startups and so on. But I would like to draw attention to one particular problem with farmers, because eventually, we would need to get money into the hands of farmers and small businesses who are basically producing food and processing food. And there is a problem because they cannot reach this money, and you need to have this competent organizations that, in my opinion, should be also DIG or digital innovation hubs, that are able to fight between understanding the technology and understanding the way how they need to redevelop their businesses and how to implement certain technologies and approaches. Not only technology, because digital transformation it's at least about technologies. It's more about people, and those people, imagine farmer or farmer family. They're working out in the fields, right? They don't have time to read those possibilities, to read the calls and so on. So you need to have somebody helping them to reach this money. So this is just one specific aspect of where digital innovation hubs should be involved, understanding the broad picture of digital transformation, not only technology, not only financing, but also other aspects like fighting the problem of awareness, why they should reinvent, why they should rethink their businesses and use further new technologies. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Orsi, we're sharing the same passion for cascade funding programs, for helping the startups in our regions, in our ecosystems. Do you think, from your position, do you think that the opportunities are fully available to everyone? Do you think that we are aware of all the funding opportunities, the people who need the most, the startups, the SMEs, even the farming organizations? Do they take advantage of them, and how can we help them as DIGs?
Yeah, this is very relevant for as a question, and for us as a role, as an activity. And we have just heard one of part of my reply. So in Hungary, so I will speak a little bit of Hungarian SMEs. They need innovation. They need AgriFood and food processing. They need technology transfer. There are a lot of possibilities to grow based on new technologies, but they are a little bit afraid of it. As I said earlier, it's not, we don't know, we don't touch it. It's not for us. There is another problem, that the low efficiency. So they, in terms of making money within the operation. So our companies in Central Europe, Eastern Europe are a little bit known for that. They are not very as efficient as in with their production as in the Netherlands, for example. They were well known for being very productive, and so they don't have too much money to invest on it. So they are eager to get information about funding possibilities, but alone they are not able to find it. Then alone so there's the DIH role there, and then they need the translator role. So okay, there's an information, there's a funding possibility, but how to do this, where to start, how to write, what's there, and then that's what Daniel said, that they really need help in it to find. So to wrap up, to find the information about funding opportunities, and to make proposals, to get over it. And we have within the cluster and within our community so-called digital mentor. So companies who are already familiar with cascade funding possibilities, they love it because it's easy.
Yes.
You know all the pros, and we go to the food processing companies and show them, look, there's someone who knows, who have already done. Cooperate with them. There's money. There's the technology provider. Go together, and you will be happy in the end.
I think this is another very good learning takeaway. This is a best practice we can copy. The digital mentor in the position of digital mentor inside the DIGs. Lucas, what do you think? Is there enough money? Do we need more?
I think yes, but I look on this on the different side. We are mainly working with the private sector, with the companies, and for them, they should be in the middle of this change. This is obvious, but for them, investment is a risk. So EDIC should be like a risk management facilitator or body which help. And I think due to the providing the proof of concept on some environment, what is known for the edicts or for the sector or for the implementation aspects, what edict know, this risk will be lowering for the companies. The investment will be reduced, or they may test if the solution will work on this environment, what is changing day from day now, and we see how many of external influences should or may burning some of the sectors or some of the markets already. So edicts will be fabulous occasion to promote this kind of helping and assisting the companies and private sector to test before invest service or environment what they may use.
If I wanted to summarize what you are mentioning and what Ors is mentioning, but also what I got from the other speakers, is that it's not a money issue, it's a knowledge issue, it's a collaboration issue, it's more a risk issue. So we have lots of good examples. De-risking facility, digital mentor, there are quite a few things that we can do. Lots of work to be done. Do we have the critical mass to do it alone? This is the topic of the next question. Can we really do it alone? Or we need to motivate? What motivates you? I liked the intro of Augustus previously saying, I'm participating to offer to the others selfishly, because I know that this is the way that I can also get back. So, obviously we need to work together. What are our main motives for working together, but also what worries us? Orsi, I will start with you this time.
So, because there's a famous Hungarian film. I'm not sure you know, but there's a saying. It's not very new, but there's a very symptomatic moment in it. And one coach of a football team says, "We need to have a team." And within your organization, you have to have a team. But we are a small team, so we absolutely need others. We need others' motivation, energy, flow, and knowledge and competence. We have to find, because we are also selfish, and we want to go to get to achieve things, results, and we have to say that we are wise enough. Also, we can't do it alone. So we need to gather the resources, mental, physical, intellectual resources. So that's why I'm mainly working with others.
But is this process really that smooth? Is there something that worries you in an upcoming collaboration? Do you think that, what are the main things that you see as obstacles for this collaboration to materialize in the pan-European or at least in as broad level as possible?
The human factor, that when I share something and it may be used for not only for my, not also for my purposes, but for other one's purposes. But that's a risk. But if I couldn't forget this, I would stay alone in my corner at home and I wouldn't talk to others. So there's a risk. But you have to choose. You have to know your partners. You have to choose wisely.
Perfect. Simon, Netherlands is an example of a collaborative spirit from the foundation of the nation. What is your take on that?
What worries me, but let's start with my worries, because it's always good to start with my worries. What worries me is that keeping track of what all the other eddies are doing will be a daytime job, preventing me to do my actual job. We talked about this earlier a little bit amongst each other, and I think this is really something that we have to tackle together. We have to find an easy way to know what the others are doing, what other competences are at the other eddies that I can use. Because if Augustus is better at something, or RC, or anyone else, I want to go there with my company so that the company is helped quickly, and I want to join them so I can learn to do it next time myself. But right now, if I look at the European landscape with all the eddies, it's fun to travel everywhere, but so that's my biggest worry. And but again, that is also what motivates me to collaborate with each other, because I think that together we can get way farther and in the end faster.
Lucas.
I think collaboration for us is very important because we may learn faster. We have then, through the network, we have good practices, what is very important for us. We may provide and scaling up quality through our services, what is very important for our clients. I see maybe some worries have about the price competition, because this is something what will be on the beginning, but after a few months or years, I see the quality will be main aspect for our clients, or easy access to service. This is something what is also important. And I think about service standards. This is something what needs to be sure that the standards will be good enough that our client will be not revoking any services from the EDIH ecosystem. So the basic standards for the services is very important to achieve, and this is something what we need to provide as a whole network.
Daniel.
Yes.
I know you're an optimistic person, but I'm sure in such ambitious targets like putting all the people to work together.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm looking at this word alone. I have not seen it for a long time. I think that I have to respond to that, because alone is absolutely prohibited word in the world of digital innovation hubs and European digital innovation hubs. I have not seen it a long time. So you can imagine that in the world of interdisciplinarity, the complex world that we have created and the complex systems, there is no place. You cannot do anything alone. And what motivates me to work with other digital innovation hubs and European digital innovation hubs is because then we are much stronger. I mean, myself, our digital innovation hubs or our ED is strong, but that is stronger to the point how strong your network is, basically. And that's a crucial. If you want to be the best one, you need to have the best network. You need to collaborate the best you can. And that basically motivates us. And I don't have any worries.
You don't have any worries.
No.
You confirm my estimation about you being optimistic
Come
all
on.
the time. Another optimistic gentleman is on the panel, Augustus.
Optimistic. You wish. I'm not sure. I mean, today, even though it's gathering up of the friends, right? Everyone knows each other. We came up, we gathered to make some impact, to agree on the future. But everyone is so polite. So let me at least, I will be the first one today, and but by saying that the main motivation, I'm sorry for that, but the main motivation, one of the main motivations for me, it's money.
Fair enough.
I mean, because now I feel that today, like 100 social enterprises has gathered up to make some kind of impact for the better life. But like, to be honest, I mean, I'm capitalist. I don't believe that we can achieve high impact without not having the money, because it's one of the tools, unfortunately, which we have to use in the economy, the way how it's being driven. It doesn't work otherwise. I mean, so I'm thinking that by exploiting others, partners, edicts, to make more money together. Because the main goal is not the money. The collaboration's goal, to me personally, it's to make more money. So to achieve those goals and the strategy and the vision, what you are actually having in the long run. And not talking about the money, it seems that the money, the wording is kind of like cancelled and eliminated in our today agenda, guys. I mean, it even costs to fly to Lithuania, you know, you need to pay. So let's talk about how to make more money together to achieve long, strategic, and sustainable goals. But please don't eliminate this word. I mean, it's important.
It's good to have those bold statements. I mean, we really need to talk sometimes out of the context and put our motives as they are straight on the table. We're starting something ambitious, and I think that by now the audience has been convinced up to a point that we're going to collaborate, we're going to do great things as digital innovation hubs, as actors of the ecosystem. Okay, I don't think there is any event in the world that they don't put ambitious targets at the end, but can we start small? Can we start with something tangible? What will you be doing in the next 6 months? What you will be doing, Simon, in the next 6 months to materialize this collaboration?
I'm not sure yet. I have to think about what has been said here today, to be honest. But as I said at the first question you asked, I think for looking at my own region, to get it done there, we need is energy. I cannot speak for the other countries, but in the Netherlands, there are too many programs developing. So it's one program stumbling over the other, over the next, and Eddy is just one of them. So it's not about companies seeking money or help. It's the programs that are seeking a company that wants their help. And I really want to get out of that circle. I want to get out of that circle, and I want us to add value again and to create energy for the SMEs to come to us. But if you ask me, how will you do it? I'm inspired here today, but I don't have the solution yet.
Great. Orsi, what are your short-term plans about this topic, about the collaboration?
I really feel addressed with this question because we are a small organization, maybe as tiny as this little snail, and we are not part of. We are a DIH, but we are not part of any Hungarian EDIHs. But I would really like to get closer to them, and from another point of view, because maybe you know how Hungary is working now. Everything is very centralized, and there is one very strong central will which decides everything. And so the building of the EDIHs was a little bit based on this as well. It was decided who goes where, and so that's the way. And now there are big universities and research organizations within these consortia, and I have a little question mark in my head: how will they go to the SMEs, which is the main target group of theoretically of these DIHs? Maybe there's an answer in Hungary: no, they will not, or I don't want to go too deep into this, but my feeling is that we have a knowledge that we can offer them, and I would. It would be an achievement for me if I can get to it, at least one. That's what I say, not to all three, but to one where I could. I have a network of We are talking about networks. Network of clusters in Hungary, where we have very good working clusters together, and I think that it would be an achievement if we could go and start a conversation with them, and later in a later phase we would be able to help them to bring money to the SMEs. And I hope that we can start small. But anyway, we are small and we have good achievements in a small network. So if you are small, you have to start small.
Daniel, what do you think?
We are also small, but I like to think big.
Yes. That is a man attitude.
So what I'm planning to do is to be recruited in the network of networks army that was proposed just hours ago. Basically, the pity is that we are now involved in edX. We are now consolidating what we are planning to do locally, right? Not very many digs are concerned about how they will collaborate internationally and how they will connect, which is a pity. And I don't think that at least I have not seen the Commission approaching with this managing of edicts, European edicts yet. So what we should do is, because of agri-food is somehow, I would say, underrepresented in many countries in this edict story, because there are not so many sectoral edicts. We are just few of us really representing sectoral driven edicts. So we might join forces as soon as possible and start dreaming big. So that's my plan.
Okay, we can always think big while doing small everyday things. And Lucas, how do you feel about that? The urgent and the long term, how do we manage this?
Firstly, in the 6 months, I think I will work on the standardization of the services in our country. This is something what we think about. Also, with our 11 other edicts in our country, because what Daniel says, European Commission now doesn't show us the standardization processes. So we are thinking about creating ourselves something like that. Maybe we'll bloom it up to the other countries on other ecosystems what we are working on, but this will be the first step. The second step, what I thinking is to preparing and interconnecting the services from the TEF level with the EDIC level, because this is most important for me, because I'm coordinator of those two layers, and for me it's crucial to have this collaboration, because it will be effective or must be effective. And I think the looking for the new perspective of collaboration and looking for the new good practices. This is something was very important for me, and I think I will be not doing this for the next 6 months, but I hope to the end of my days.
Augustas, I left you last in this question for a purpose, because you like to assign tasks and so please feel free.
Lost the voice because I wanted to shout, so the body helped on that. Me myself personally, I will go for holidays. This is
for 6 months.
Statement 3.
Accept.
Now, if to talk seriously, actually that was also serious, but why again about small? So we eliminated the word money. Now you're stating that we need to start from something small. I mean, I don't understand, but like in my opinion and understanding the DAH itself, they're supposed to be big things. Not big organizations, management structures, whatever, but big goals, big things. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe George would elaborate on that. What's the average, personnel size in a digital innovation hub? In my personal belief, it's about 5 people. If we will take an average in Europe, give it or take.
Correct.
AgriFood Lithuania, jointly with the Future Technology DIC, where we're having the national funding, we're having 45 people. AgriFood Lithuania is having more than 20 people. Why the hell it's impossible to do like a business model from the DAHs, even though they are non-profit, but working as the commercial entities and then doing a lot of things? This is, I don't understand. Sorry, like to be rude, but we don't need to be small. We don't need to walk and ask for the money to support someone else. I don't get it. I mean, maybe because I came from the business, and when I set it up, I was looking at the venture. So the venture needs to bring money, even though you're not taking that as the profit, but you are scaling the ecosystem, fostering ecosystem, whatever. Doesn't matter. Buying your own personal core relief, if you like that. And talking about the next 6 months, so we as the DIC, we have our agenda for not 6 months, years in advance. This is what we've done today by inviting all the people and creating that network of networks, and we're going to elaborate on working that. We as the EDIC, I think we were, as Mantas was saying, we were one of the first ones signed the agreement with the Commission, pre-financed all the partners, and now, by the KPI set agenda, we're just going to digitalize a couple of thousands of companies in Lithuania. Very easy.
I like this optimism, and I think that this is a good message to pass to the ecosystem and also to the people who are going to join us in this initiative of collaborating together. So it's the time that you have almost 1 minute each to pass a last message. To other edicts that we would like to have on the table or on the room with us in the future, to the sector, to the agri-food sector, not only the farmers, but also the food production, and to policymakers. Lucas, what's your message?
Okay, to the edicts, collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. This is obvious and most important. Know each other and collaborate. For the sector, you need to be in the center. This is for you. So if you will be not engaged, then you miss the opportunity. And to the policymakers, use your experts. Look where the opportunities of the financing is. Maybe build the roadmaps in your countries, because this is very important. If the roadmaps is a tool for helping the sector organizations to see where they should be after 5, 10, 15, 50 years. Of course, this is bullshit, but 5 to 10 is quite achievable as a roadmap. So doing this kind of activities with your experts.
Perfect. Simon.
Simon. I hope.
Your name, man.
Yes. I thought I was going to be the last one. So you messing stuff up. No, as Daniel said, I hope to be recruited for the network of networks as well. And then I think I only have one message to all, which is one of my favorite songs as well. It's "Come Join Us," because I think that's what you said as well. We have to start doing this together.
Yeah, I start with the policymakers. Let not be this just a project. So they started to build something, a new network. So use it, enhance it, and then give more money to make it alive for. So it shouldn't it just be a project. To the sector, channel your needs and challenges to edX. It will make a learning process for them. Maybe they will be able to help you. And the idea to other edX, collaborate with each other. So be open to the others.
Augustus.
Again, I'm gonna kill everyone today, right? I mean, once the money going to be involved in digital innovation hubs, this will not be just a project or the network created by one of the department we know where because of to have it. But we need to think about sustainable business models. And I will repeat that until we will start to dream that, everyone, in this hall and to whom we broadcast. And now to answer your question, talking about the DIG sector and policymakers, and I can widen it up to many more stakeholders, I would say the same as my keynote today was sounding like. So I invite everyone to join the army, which is called Network of Networks. And without the procedures and the protocols, and doesn't matter you're a stakeholder or you are a DIG or you are a university or you're corporate, remember what I was saying. If we define common goals and common vision, then we just need to have one mission for ourselves and task is to do what we do the best. So if I like to talk about the money, I'm doing that. If someone is doing amazing science, go for it. If someone is educating people and creating skills and knowledge, let's put all our assets to one bowl or a bucket and to exploit that. So done for today, I think now officially.
Daniel.
Yeah, I would like to say that edX are of course here that they are pushed into the commercial businesses and starting to develop commercial businesses and services. So edX should really go in this direction, as Augustus is also mentioning. Maybe just short notice and messages to the sector. For instance, what we are seeing that sector is not digitalized enough. For instance, that public sector, for instance, the public advisory, they are lagging behind. They need to get on track. And the policymakers, I would like to see that digital innovation hubs and European digital innovation hubs are involved in implementing their policies. So like operational bodies, because they have knowledge and they have the operational stuff to be able to drive the open calls, national open calls, support farmers and so on. So they are not used, at least in our cases and in the region where I'm coming from, they're not used to the point.
Perfect. And I think we managed to finish just on time. Lady, gentlemen, I would like to thank you all. It was really, I hope you enjoyed as much as I did. I hope the audience also enjoyed. George, I will take the opportunity to remind to the people that we are planning next year in October in Thessaloniki an event that we will try to bring more IDIHs, more sectorial players, more European projects. We will try to continue the process of consolidating the sector. Thessaloniki is also my hometown, so I would be delighted if you could join us. Thank you very much for being here.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius. Ah.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one? Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized for having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. The pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.
Um, Welcome, everybody. Let me introduce myself a little bit. I'm Orsolya Szaplóncai from Hungary. I am managing a digital cluster and also a digital innovation hub in Hungary. And I'm partner with AgriFood Lithuania in a project and in a network. And I'm really honored to be invited as a panelist. And I'm more honored to ask to moderate this panel. And I will tell you why I'm really excited about this, because in my work, what I like the most is working with companies, and because their experience, their own field knowledge is the most precious to build our network, which is a community of SMEs, and talking to such actors like you are is very valuable for me to grow our knowledge that I can then use for others. And so thank you for listening to be with us today for the end of the day. And now we will talk a little bit about urban agriculture. Why? Because this is a focal point of our project, a European project, a Euro cluster project with AgriFood Lithuania and with other partners from France and from other European countries, Spain and Poland. And there will be funding possibilities for companies, SMEs and startups. And so we would like to talk about this sector, this point, and then I'll talk a little bit about what can be there for companies at the beginning of the next year or in Q2 approximately. So first I introduce myself. Now I would like you to introduce a little bit, and let's start with the lady. And so the micro is yours.
Okay, so my name is Aušra Sičiūnienė, and I'm working in Vilnius City Municipality in the Cityscape division. And actually why I'm here, it's maybe just to reflect a little bit what is the situation about urban gardening in Vilnius City, and from where we started, and actually with whom we shared our experience, and maybe just to say a few words, like it was a couple of years ago when we started the EU initiative, the partnership of Urbact Project Urban, and that we got a perfect opportunity to learn from those European cities that are already very well ahead with these initiatives, urban gardening initiatives, together with the communities. I'm talking about the city of Rome, I'm talking about Krakow, Saloniki as well, and that was a golden opportunity for us, for Vilnius City, to revise where we are and what we can do better, and how many urban gardening initiatives do we have, and what kind of homework the city municipality should do in order to be better partner for communities to develop these fantastic initiatives.
Yeah, well, I didn't. Yes, it works now. Maybe our participants or those who are online with us not necessarily know what urban farming is, and this is about growing plants and farming in cities, and not far from cities, in 10-15 kilometers far from cities maximum. And it is a trendy thing today, first of all, and also a need to feed the bigger and bigger population in the cities. And so this is a chance to find new ways to feed this population, but it also has other outcomes. It has a leisure it may be a leisure activity, and COVID now showed us that maybe it is even more important aspects in it. So sorry, I don't have my paper. So I let you introduce yourself, please. You are working as an SME in this field.
Yeah, hello, my name is Marius Krutulis. I am a founder and CEO of Daržulis Vertical Farm. We have started since 2014. and we are developing system in Lithuania for vertical farming, because we think that we don't need to buy, for example, basil from Spain, from Nigeria. Why we need to import them? We can grow them here in Lithuania and to offer for local people.
When I checked your profile on LinkedIn, I read that you are a ninja of vertical farming, but immediately I misunderstood the vertical, because for me vertical is I somehow imagine that you grow plants on walls. But
no, it's not like
not that.
going on. Yeah, you can grow. It's possible. There is such kind of system, but our system is multi-layer horizontal system. But we have one layer on top another, and you can go as much as possible.
Okay, so that's in your case, this is what vertical means.
Yeah.
And do you work in houses in closed environment?
Yeah, we are working indoors. We are completely indoor farm. We have our own microclimate control system. We have a lot of sensors, a lot of automation, and to achieve good air condition, it's not that easy to do indoors, because you need to have a good range of humidity, temperature, CO2 levels, a lot of things.
And now our third panelist, I will let you introduce yourself, and I think that you have a very interesting story, personal career story, that I let you tell yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Paulius Chotskevičius, and I'm CEO and founder of UrbanBee.lt. So, what is UrbanBee.lt? We are urban beekeepers working in Lithuania with different private and public companies, organizations, and we helping out the bees to actually make our ecosystem better and greener, our cities greener, and without a doubt, we all know that the bees are key importance of our ecosystem. 70% of the food that we eat is pollinated by the bees, and we, in our mission, we try to educate the communities around us, and we try to build around us the sustainable urban communities.
So, but you didn't tell the interesting point of your story, that you did studies in the UK, and you were working in a rich and financial environment, and at the age of 25 you decided to quit it and to.
So yes, actually, the funny thing, probably most of my life I was scared of bees. Actually, my grandfather was a beekeeper, but when I was a child I didn't have much introduction to the bees. I was always said to stay away, the bees will sting, they are aggressive and so on. But that is what I'm trying to now bring with the UrbanBee.lt mission. We educate, we show that the bees are friendly, they actually don't want to harm us, and that we can live together with the bees. So looking at my background, yes, I came from a finance department, from a finance background. I used to work in London. Previously, I used to study, and I grew up in London, and I decided to move back to Lithuania. When I moved back to Lithuania, I found beekeeping, found the honey culture here in Lithuania, and then I decided to do urban beekeeping. To do urban beekeeping, I actually had to go back to UK, but at this time I went not for the finance. I went to actually do some urban beekeeping in London. So I worked with 400 bee colonies throughout the whole season, and I brought this experience back to Lithuania, where we now have UrbanBee.lt. And I'm very happy that with every day we are more and more attention we are bringing to the bees and the whole ecosystem.
That's great, and I think that via your example and your example, we can say that on urban agriculture we are getting more and more attention. And now, as at the end of this session, I will talk a little bit about what the SUAVE project will be able to give you in terms of support. But I would like to hear you about your challenges, what you face within your everyday activity or activity linked to urban agriculture. So is it networking or funding possibilities or going to market or product development or service development? So what are your biggest challenges? That's the second point that we should talk about.
Challenges probably it's the word that usually we start every sentence from that, and definitely the city itself has a lot of challenges while even developing these urban gardening initiatives. First of all, let's say differently from other European cities, city of Vilnius does not own the land itself, which could be freely, let's say, leased to the communities and to the associations of or communities, because absolute majority of the land belongs to the state, or the rest of the land belongs to the private owners. That's actually it makes the difference that we are a little bit with squeezed hands. Therefore, we can talk only about fostering activities, but actually it's done quite successfully in the territories of the municipal institutions. And then I'm talking about schools, I'm talking about the kindergartens. And just talking about the kindergartens, I would say that it's the best opportunity for us to educate the children, to see how cucumber grows and tomato, and actually it's going on very successfully. We do have the number of kindergartens that they have their own raised beds, they have their own greenhouses, and even the vegetables that going directly to their canteens. And because the one thing that these kindergartens open all year round. It's different from the schools, because schools are closed during the summer and there is nobody takes care about the garden. So it's a kind of challenge in order to be very to broaden up this initiative. Another thing that this let's say urban garden, it's a small unit that should work like from the bottom up, and definitely we need the person, the very great enthusiast who really could start this. Let's say if we are talking about a multi-dwelling housing district, sleeping district, so to say, that's we have quite a lot of them in Vilnius, and someone should be very initiative and say, hey, dear neighbors, could we start something in our own small garden to just to allocate certain plot of land, and let's do this activity together, while having the crucial two things like the water and the soil itself, where we could really have this small plot of land. But then again, it's very difficult to find a crucial number of the people that could share the same views, and let's say allocate this treasures part of the territory of the land for the gardening. Maybe they can think that, okay, maybe we have so little space, and especially we're talking about the living districts, and usually this space goes for parking lots, which is really a necessity, number one. And another thing, people still consider that it's not gonna be clean enough. I mean, to have this urban garden in the city. You see that because of the dogs, because of the cats, because then we need some kind of security, because of the vandalism again, which is happening actually. It's not a secret. It's happening in every city that people are giving all the heart to this gardening small plot of lands, and these acts of vandalism they happen time to time. So these are kind of challenges that the city cannot provide, like the fancy garden when they can have all the opportunities. Though we have a couple of them already actually existing very well here in Vilnius, in the districts of Antakalnis, in the district of Pilaitė. in a couple of smaller ones, and now we are opening up in few months, in 1 year time, another one, which used to be historical municipal, not municipal, but community garden, and so it's recovering. So little by little, we're going through these these challenges, but so far I think we still have a lot to do, and municipality prepared the so-called the guide for gardening, prepared certain regulations, because it cannot really be very chaotical, because if we are using that land which belongs to the city or which belongs to the state. So we need the certain regulations because it's bureaucracy anyway to start with. So it's done then, and now it just how to say, the vehicle should start moving faster, and I guess there are more and more initiatives are coming to us as well. So.
Yeah, it's really interesting to hear that. I have my basic studies, my university studies were made on agriculture, so I can imagine different challenges. But now you open the door wider, and so there are not much more, but more even challenges with regards to this urban agriculture that link to bring that we bring this to an urban environment, and this is very relevant for us because we are looking for all the challenges within the project, and it's very interesting to hear what a municipality may face on the field. But you, as productive companies and SMEs, what are your challenges?
Well, when we have started this company, basically vertical farming is new industry. There is no handbook to open and to see. Okay, the first step you need to do that. Second, you need to do that, and you can go further. But after many trails, after many tests, I can say. First, there is no information how to do that. So you basically you are by your own. You need to do by your own everything. And another issue is funding. As far as I know, we are not in the target neither on innovation, economic ministry,
Ministry of Innovations
and agro ministry, because they don't have like frame where to put us. So it's basically when you want to grow more, the funding you need quite big funding.
So if I understand well, the technology, the traditional agricultural technologies that don't work, of course, because
it's quite different.
So you have to invent
something, technology, and for example, if you need automation, and to buy automation, you need quite good funding.
And why didn't you? So you said that you made a lot of tests and trials. So why didn't you let it go? Oh, I stopped doing this.
No,
this
because
will never work.
To be honest, I like good food. I love my country, and when I was a student in Italy, in Italy there is a lot of good fresh food. So I was every time I came back here in Lithuania, I was upset because we have only potatoes and cabbage. That's it.
You are in a different geographical region,
and beets.
So you have an excuse.
So
don't forget the honey as well.
Yeah, the honey. But I started to think, how can I change this? Because I want to change, and I want basil. I want to make pasta in mid of November, December, of January, whatever. And I started to think, and I believe in this. So I'm still doing, but yeah, it was like many times in my head, the voice was telling, stop, quit, go, work, and enough, but no.
Okay, so you really needed a strong inner motivation.
Yeah.
And what was your motivation? So it's
The challenges first, probably,
yes,
yeah.
yeah, and the challenges, and you had your family motivation, if I understood well. So challenges.
So yeah, as urban beekeepers, we face two key challenges. So one is that most of the infrastructure that we have here in Lithuania, the buildings, the roofs, were built quite a long time ago, and they are not adapted to actually being used. So throughout the whole Vilnius or Kaunas or any other town in Lithuania, we have huge plots of surface area that are not being used in urban environment. That's roofs. And so that's what key of the challenges that we face, that we have to actually climb a lot of ladders, climb a lot of stairs. Well, somewhere, let's say in the Western world, there's an easier access to the rooftops of the buildings. A lot of rooftops are actually adapted to be green in the Western world, so they have like flower beds on the rooftops. This is what we actually do now as well. So we started offer our clients not just the beekeeping services, not just the hives on the rooftop, but we offer now self-watering flower beds that we actually care and take care of. So this is both the food for the bees and herbal teas for the clients who actually have the building. So that's one of the key challenges, the infrastructure that we have in the cities. Another challenge is lack of education in the communities about the bees, about the whole importance of bees in the ecosystem. There's a lot of when we started doing urban beekeeping, we faced a lot of skepticism from the communities around us. A lot of people were saying like, oh, bees are aggressive, don't go to the hives, they will sting us and so on. And now we are actually breaking these myths. We actually, so for example, we have one location on the rooftop where we have the hives in the terrace. So, and imagine the hives are here and there's like 10 meters. The people are doing yoga, they are having lunch, and this is a regular day-to-day job. We go do beekeeping and people are doing their exercises on the same rooftop at the same time. So we are educating through our own experience. We are showing people that we can live together with the bees. There's a lot of other skepticism, like the honey quality. People are thinking that urban honey is contaminated honey. It's they are thinking that it's full of heavy metals and so on. We are doing loads of laboratory tests. We are sending our samples to European laboratories to get certified heavy metal tests to see that the honey is not contaminated. And the tests are actually good. They show that the honey is clean and healthy to consume. So then we also follow further steps to see and to prove this. So we notice that the honey is clean. It's good to use, to consume. So it might be that the bee works as a filter. Probably we had this theory. Maybe the bee is filtering the honey and helping us to have this clean honey. We tested the bees. The bees are clean as well from heavy metals. So urban environment these days is good for the bees, good for the honey, and people should not be worried about actually having urban honey. It's actually good honey to have for day to day. We can actually reduce our allergies by having urban honey. So it's good to have it. There's a lot of other skepticism that I won't go into, but I'm happy to work with some of I'm happy to for our clients that, so for example, clients like Vilnius City Municipality.
On the roof, yeah.
Yeah.
We do have.
Do you have?
Yes, that's why I'm just taking your word. Like, yes, we have the jar of Vilnius honey, just on the
Urban
table
honey.
not in every, but in our department, let's say, and we're quite happy about that. And now talking about bees on the roof and talking about this very controversial step which municipality was taking already 1 year, 2 years in a row. This sustainable moving of the lawns, of the grass, and actually which we are not decided not to cut the grass in every part of the city just because of the bees, just because of the insects, which gives the extra life to the city, and it helps actually to collect the honey for the bees.
Yeah, and so there's I'm very thankful actually that Vilnius City Municipality shares good positive examples of urban beekeeping. They actually show the communities that they educate in this way, and there's a lot of our clients that do the same. Like in the president office, we have the center of education where there is a hive that children and families can actually go and meet the bees and so on. So there's a lot of good examples to follow, and so this is our key challenges that we face, and we try to educate throughout our experience. There's also like challenges with beekeepers in general with the treatments of varroa, but I won't go into details.
Maybe you will organize another session for special challenges. Time is running very quickly. So in terms of technology, because this needs technology, and with our support, you will be able to get closer to the technology part as well. Maybe what, in terms of technology, what innovation could help you? So now start, please. And shortly.
Okay, yeah, so...
From 1.5 minutes.
From the innovation side, we needed something to keep track of the bees throughout constantly, because our key as a beekeepers, we focus on reducing the swarming. So we thought, what could we do? And we created our own innovation, ProHiver, which is a monitoring system for the hives. Beehive monitoring system. So we place sensors underneath the hives, and we track weight, temperature, humidity, sound of the bees, and so we can know what's happening inside the hives being away from the hive. So we know that the bees might swarm, the bees are collecting honey, the bees are making brood, so we know all of these stuff being away from the bees, which is good for us to plan work ahead. We also had these, as I mentioned previously, self-watering flower beds. It's our own creation that we've done. We haven't bought this. We made it ourselves. But yeah, technology and innovation is very beneficial in our activities.
With our help, you will maybe be able to find new sources. You will know you know what's in your head and what are your needs. But in terms of innovation, technology, but for the future needs, not what you already have, what may be helpful for you. Do you have any idea already?
I don't know, because we are using a lot of technologies. So guys, I have something to share for you. Without technology, you are not able to do this product. So it's completely grown indoors.
Thank you very much.
What a smell! Fantastic.
It smells
nice. So in terms of for the future innovation, I think if we have bigger help, we could find another pathways to make another products or another technologies to grow food without greenhouse emission, for example.
And do you have potential partner ideas or?
Maybe, but I don't want to share.
No, you don't have to share. You will share in your proposal that you will submit for our.
Yes, we do have
support.
plans for next year, quite big ones, and I think we will move.
Keep and nurture it. Yeah. And what about your innovation necessities? So
Definitely, I think that it would be perfect for us to urge, let's say, the communities to start something. Sometimes they do lack some how to say, some enthusiasm as a first kick. And if we could, because just mention, let's say, self-watering raised beds, which is could be the easiest and the first start for the certain communities to, in order for them to help to understand and for them to feel the how to say, the profit, let's say, of that beautiful and very interesting activity. And maybe if we could have the innovation in helping them to water the plants, because that's the biggest challenge and the biggest problem so far, because the water providing system is still lacking the innovation. So if we could use that and we could have the solution how to do it in a more effective way, so maybe the communities will be more active in while establishing these small gardens in their own yards.
So great. Maybe you will be able to find some possibilities for yourself under SUAVE program, a project where your local contact point will be AgriFood Lithuania, and this project, this is a European project, and this was generated in order to overcome the last year's difficulties, to help SMEs to become greener and more digital and to be more sustainable in their activities. Under the program, we will not be able to give their big voucher schemes in the European funding framework. This will be not, we will give a lot of money to companies, but in forms of smaller vouchers, 10,000 euros, 15. So the maximum will be not much higher than this, and we will be able to support SMEs, startups in their networking activities, in putting new ideas, services and products come closer to the market, and maybe go to markets or to potential partners beyond Europe, more specifically in North America. This is the region that we are focusing now, that we think that we focus now. And so the partnership is working on the design of the voucher scheme. The voucher scheme is the form under which there will be a call and there will be possibilities to submit your proposals, and good ideas will be granted. So you here on the stage and other SMEs and startups online will be welcome to follow us, follow our information. So here in Lithuania, as I said, it will be AgriFood Lithuania, the main contact point. The calls will be out next year, at the beginning of next year, in Q1 or Q2, not later than this, it's sure. And we really hope that we will receive many interesting proposals, and we'll be able to support the urban agriculture SME community for our common European peaceful development. Thank you for your presence and for being with us today and for sharing this very, very exciting ideas and thoughts. And I think I also welcome. Thank you for following us, and have a good end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
In 20 meters, turn left, and you've reached your destination. Wait, what? Already?
Setting new destination. You will arrive in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? Really? Is this even a distance?
Calculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route. You have reached your destination. Recalculating route.
Are red, violets are blue, Vilnius is so walkable, I have nothing to do. Did you like it?
Why did you even bring me here? Am I a joke to you? My existence is meaningless here. Self-destructing in 3, 2, 1.
I swear, this is the first time. This has never happened to me before.
You have reached your destination.
Setting new. Dude, it's everywhere around you.
You will arrive in 2 minutes. Stop! How is this possible? Recalculating. Recalculating. Recalculating.
Destination, hotel. Recalculating routes. You will reach your destination in 8 hours.
Welcome to Walkable Vilnius, a city you can explore by simply following your eyes, not your navigation. Experience it yourself. Visit Walkable Vilnius.
I'm not getting in your car.
No need for cars. We're walking.
Okay.
Wait, what, sorry?
Vilnius.
Vilnius.
It's,
Vilnius.
Which one?
Vilnius. It's Austria.
Welcome to Vilnius, Austria, the undiscovered jewel of the Alps. Vilnius is characterized by having most of its landmarks just a few minutes away from each other by foot. This admirable city is in the heart of Austria.
Vilnius? In Italy?
In the heart of Italy, being its most well-kept secret. Its effervescent streets and colorful markets make it a perfect destination for any traveler. For obvious reasons, Vilnius is the pride of Italy. I mean, the pride of Finland. Vilnius's old town, considered one of the biggest in the region, is crowned by the majestic Gedimino Tower, where travelers like this young fellow, hello there, buddy, can have the same view that the old ruler of Finland, the old ruler of Venezuela.
Sweden?
I mean, Sweden.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Ethiopia.
Of Ethiopia?
Romania.
What if I told you that Vilnius is the capital of Lithuania?
Oh, would never know.
Yeah?
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yes!
Welcome to Vilnius, Lithuania.